Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this academic event. My name is Johan Tirie, and I will be guiding you through the talks and presentations that we're going to have in this academic event. On behalf of the International Language Institute from Uptc Sogamoso, we welcome you to the third Pbel Lookout Approaching Language Learning and Research Praxis. First of all, I want to give a shout out to the organizing committee, which is conformed by Professor Erika Alexandra Prieto Wilches, Professor Lady Viviana Pérez Cárdenas, Professor Evelyn Lizeth Ramírez Botía, Professor José Albeiro Gómez Molano, and Professor Johannes Neder Tiria Sotelo. First of all, we're going to have some words from the director of the International Language Institute from Sogamoso, which is Professor Ivan Ricardo Miranda Montenegro, and after that we will continue with the presentations and talks that we have prepared for you today. Thanks for being here. We want to greet everyone who is connected through YouTube and everyone who is connected through the Meet that we're having in this moment. So let's begin. I want to give the floor to Professor Ivan Ricardo Miranda Montenegro, the director of the International Language Institute, Sogamoso Faculty.
Gracias, profe Johan. Es para mí un verdadero placer estar haciendo parte de esta sesión inaugural del tercer Project Based English Learning Lookout. Tal como lo ha mencionado el profesor Johan, esta es una iniciativa más del Instituto Internacional de Idiomas de la Seccional Sogamoso en un intento de reunir, de integrar el aprendizaje de las lenguas extranjeras, en este caso el inglés, con la práctica investigativa que corresponde también a uno de los ejes de dinamización de la Uptc. Un saludo especial y un agradecimiento especial a los invitados, el doctor Filder Segura y el doctor Sebastián Alvarado, que han tenido bien a ser parte de esta iniciativa que busca realmente trascender el aprendizaje del idioma, el aprendizaje de las lenguas extranjeras en nuestra universidad. Un reconocimiento especial, por supuesto, para el equipo organizador de los docentes del nivel 5 de nuestro instituto, de nuestro currículo. Es importante tener en cuenta que se han abordado temas de diferente índole en este trabajo. Por supuesto, no se descarta los impactos y la visión que tenemos sobre la pandemia en la cual estamos nosotros sumidos desde hace más de un año. Me parece que es una oportunidad de mostrar este trabajo que estos grupos han venido desarrollando y que ponen en evidencia, por un lado, las habilidades investigativas a través de la lengua inglesa. Entonces, a nombre de la Universidad, de la Decanatura, de la Seccional Uptc, let me welcome you to this new experience of learning. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ivan, for your words. Before continuing, we want to say hi to our students, to our dear students who are part of this event. Without you, this event wouldn't be the same. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for attending, for being part of this process, and for basically be willing to learn and be willing to be with us in this process. Remember, please, to write your comments or your questions that you might have throughout the event in the chat box from YouTube. It is we really appreciate this, because we want this to be really interactive, and we want to give you the space to interact and to talk with us. So first of all, greetings to Mayra Perez, Nicolas Plata, Daniel Fonseca, and Camilo, who are in the chat box through YouTube. So we will be greeting everyone throughout the whole event. So let's begin with the first presentation with this plenary session that we have for you today. We're going to have Dr. Filder Segura, whose presentation is entitled Steps to Identify a Problem Statement, an Initial View for a Research Proposal, Professor Fielder Segura has worked in higher education for over 14 years. During that time, he has trained students in languages for the ESOL and EFL process. He has participated in research projects focused on education and curriculum development at local and national level. He has wide teaching experience in teacher training focused on curriculum development, didactics, learning strategies, evaluation, and educational research. He is an institutional advisor in preparation for international exams and immersion projects in Canada and the USA. He has a degree in humanities and English from Universidad Gran Colombia, a master's in education with an emphasis in didactics from Universidad Externado de Colombia, and a doctor in education focused on leadership and curriculum development from the University of Nova, Florida, USA. He is an advisor in curricular development processes, renovation of academic program, accreditation and certification of academic programs. He collaborates in internationalization and academic mobility projects. He has worked as a leader of community projects, education, and employment. So thank you, Professor Fielder, for being here, for helping us with this academic event. We are sure that we're going to learn a lot from you, and thanks for participating. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Johan. It's a pleasure for me to be part of this, such a great event. It is such a pleasure and such a blessing, and I hope everybody's doing well and is doing okay. I just feel very humble in terms of everything that you just mentioned about it. I didn't think that my resume was that long, but wow, just kidding. All right, so we're gonna go and start with our presentation today. I was invited to have a talk in relation to how we can start a process of doing research. And something that we have been identified through the time is that most of the researchers, they used to have problems in terms to identify what is the main cause of a problem, if my problem statement is correct, if I'm focusing my research into what is supposed that I have to focus, and what is the understanding of that. So all those questions came into my mind by the time that I was planning to do this talk. So let me share with you guys the presentation that I got. So you're going to be able to see what I'm talking about. Okay, just let me know if you're looking at the same slides that I'm presented. If that is okay, I appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so we're going to start with this part. The steps to identify a problem statement and the initial view for a research proposal. And some of the learning targets that we're going to cover this morning, I can identify a problem statement in 3 steps. I can design a problem statement in 6 steps. And I can recognize how to state a research proposal. So one of the habits of success that I would like to work in this morning is that I can be a leader of my own learning process. Here we go. Let's do a warm-up. And the first thing that you can find here is how to identify a problem. Probably you have been getting the chance or the opportunity to visit the doctors or the doctor's office. And when you're there, it's because you feel kind of sick. You have been experiencing kind of symptoms like fever, stomachache, headache, and all that stuff. How many of you have got that experience that the doctor just look at your face and then says, okay, this is what I'm going to give it to you. And then it starts predicting something that he considers is the cause of the problem. And then he just give you a paper with some medicine. And then you receive the paper, then you go to the CVS pharmacy or whatever the pharmacy that you're going to. And then you just take those medicines for a while. And after 2 weeks, you keep feeling the same. So it's kind of frustrating to know that sometimes researchers, they don't take that time to consider about what the real cause of the problem is. Same situation happens with these kind of doctors. Every single time that you go to a doctor and they don't, go deeper into some of the exams that you consider are necessary for you to know exactly what is the cause of the problem. This is what affecting the same as an example in research academic process. Most of the researchers, they just assume some possibilities of a problem. They have infer or they have some assumptions or ideas about the possible causes of a problem. And that is fine, but that could be kind of subjective due to the fact that you need to get exactly a precise approach to what the real cause of the problem is. How you can do that? Well, let's go to this. How can identify or how to identify a problem? After applying a diagnosis, which in our language, in the academic process, I would say instruments, you can get a better picture of what the real problem is about. You can get a very stable problem if you don't try to get some data information before. What are those kind of resources that you can have? We have two different types of resources. The first type are the initial data. What is that initial data? Oh, that represents any kind of reports, any kind of evaluations, exams, committee results, in which you can get information about the possible causes of a situation. That could be in an institution, that could be in a college, that could be in a school, that could be in the population that you would like to work with. So that's an initial information. You might want to go and search and get that kind of information, those instruments. Then in order to try to approach better to what the problem statement will be, or the main cause of the problem, I might suggest that you may have some conversations. A nice instrument that could be applied will be a DOFA. Probably you guys know is debilidades, oportunidades, fortalezas, and amenazas. So you can use those DOFA in order to help you out to get a better picture about what are the weaknesses in the process, what are some of the situations that are affecting our learning process, our teaching process, our teaching practice. So, and what are some of those strengths? So then you can compare and balance and find out the different variables that are related to the problem, but are not the problem as itself. But that could be a good approach to the problem. Then let's go through the three initial steps to identify your problem statement. First, you got to contextualize. You have to tell the story. It is very important to understand the context of the problem. So if you don't contextualize, what is the situation? It's going to be really hard for the reader to understand your point of view. So this is why the first thing that you got to do is think about if the problem that you have identified so far has any connotation in the international borderlines, or if there is any reason that is affecting your present situation in comparison to other situations that are affecting, abroad the country, in Colombia, and in the local area. So you may think about international, national, and local. So go for those researches, look for those authors, start looking at the different researches that they have been writing about the same situation, the same problems that you consider that you have facing at this point of doing your research problem. Then the second thing that you got to do is identify what are some of those elements and variables that might be related to the main cause of the problem. So state the different categories, state the different variables that will help you to connect and show the step-by-step to approach to the directly problem statement. Then categorize. So based on the different variables to be the possible cause of the problem, you're going to make sure to organize them in different categories, from the highest category to the lowest category. So that is something that is going to help you later on to build up your lit review and your theoretical frame. So remember, three initial steps: contextualize, identify, and categorize. Let's do a practice. So let's look at this picture. You can see here a car accident, and there is a motorcycle as well there in a corner of any street. According to what we can perceive, that happens in the middle of the night. There is kind of illumination in the street, and then comes up some ideas, some questions. What happened here? So if you have the chance to write your answers on the chat, and those answers can be shared with me, that will be fantastic. If not, we can just discuss that at the end of the presentation. What happened here? Can you tell the story? Can you contextualize this story? Or you can say, well, it looks like it was, a car accident in the middle of the night. A car, a motorcycle, they get together, they smash each other, so it was a crash. So that's the context, the most picture that you can say. Then, can you mention some of those variables that you consider are the causes of this problem? So this is the point when you start hypothesizing, when you start assuming some ideas that are the possible causes of the problem. For example, one of the reasons, the car driver was under alcohol conditions. The motorbike rider, that person was speeding so fast that didn't realize about the light stop signal that appears in the street. So he just passed through the light stop signal and it didn't see the car. So that's why they got smashed. So there are different reasons, and other variable that could appear is that the lack of illumination, the darkness of the street, probably the floor was too wet. There are many different reasons. And from our perception, those can be possible reasons. But then we have to try to organize those variables from the less to the most serious one. So this is when you say, it probably was a cat passing by. That's a no reason. That's a very low reason. So you're going to put that at the end. But if you consider about, okay, probably it was the speed limit. Okay, that's one of the highest ones. And second, like responsibility in terms of the speed control. That's a second category, second variable. So you may state the different variables and categorize the importance of those variables. When you have that, the next step is that you need to prove if they are a real causes of the problem. Now, let's move on to the presentation. How to start writing your problem statement description in 6 steps. I already mentioned about the 3 initial steps to identify the problem, just to identify it. But now we're going to go deeper in how you're going to write your problem statement in 6 steps. Here's the first one. As I said before, you need to introduce the problem. Talk about the international context, national context, and local context. That's the first thing that you have to do. When you're doing so, you have to mention the characters in display. I mean, who we're talking about, where are things happening, when possible things are happening, and in what way or how is this situation affecting a specific population. So that's the first thing, contextualize. Second, mention and describe the statements of variables of ideas. When you're describing the different variables that you consider are the causes around the problem, you not only say them, but as well you need to support your statement. How do you support your statement? Go through authors. Think about the different articles that have been breeding around and identify some of those articles that you feel connected with, that you feel that they are exactly related to what you're saying, or that you feel that they are facing the same situation as you're facing. So they're going to be one of the supporting articles that will help you to reference and quote in your research paper. Then, how do we know that our problem is a true problem? How do we know it? So if you can see here in this picture, we have an scene in which we see 2 police officers. Well, actually, there are 3 police officers. And you can see some neighbors there and people talking. And so what the police officers are trying to do is find out if the problem or the possible causes of the problem. And let's imagine that you guys and me, we are the police officers because we are the researchers. So we are trying to identify in the scene of the crime, which is the context of the situation that we are looking at, that we're paying attention to. We're looking for some options to identify the possible reasons about the problem. So then we start asking people, we start asking about the neighbors, we start asking about the one that was walking around and saw the accident. Why? It's because we need to get some information, some additional information. This is called the initial data information. This is when you have the chance to talk to one of the coordinators at your school, to one of the administrators at your department, when you want to talk to your students, when you want to talk to the community, when you want to go and find out some theories. This is when you start going to get the initial data collection. But you know what? You need to start classifying if the information is a true information or is not a true information. So how do we know that? Here are the steps 3 and 4. Step 3, evidences. You gotta mention some of the research evidences, papers, documents, other resources that they have been found in order to support your variables in relation to the same factor of the problem that you have presented. Otherwise, it's not gonna be a true statement, it's not gonna be a true support. So you need to classify, this is what I need, this is what I don't need. Then step 4, your background information. You gotta include what all the research documents, not yours, but from other sources, to confirm and support that your problem, the problem that you're stating, it's true. So you need to support that by stating that in your document. It is not only about like saying and mention the variables, but at the same time, you gotta support that by articles, by authors. There are some examples, for example, of there's some samples, for example, like the data from exams. These Saber Pro or other kind of international exams, sometimes you have institutions that they evaluate external factors, or you have an external or a stakeholder that came to your college or that came to your institution, and you have the chance that they evaluate your process. So you can use those reports as a part of a true statement of data that will help you to make sure that what you're stating is true. Right, step 5 and 6, definitions. So the definitions are those keywords that are gonna help you out to connect what is gonna be your theory. These definitions, these keywords will help you to support your lead review and your framework. And it's gonna give the reader a picture about the topic that you want to talk about. Number 6, the purpose of study. You gotta delimitate your study. That is one part in which you have to say why it is important to do this research or study, and what is this important to do? What is the support? What is the add-on on this research or this study that you're doing of the problem? Okay, let's move forward to our production. Now, as you already have the initial 3 steps to identify the cause of the problem, and as you have 6 steps to know how to set or establish your variables of the problem, now you're ready to start asking your research questions and propose your objectives. So this is where we are. Your research question. How to establish your research question. So based on all previous data that you have gotten, based on the variables that you have identified, based on the different research that you have been doing by finding out different articles and references that support your statement, this is where you have to establish your research question. So remember that your question or questions must be respond to the what you want to do, who is going to be involved, and if possible, how you're going to do it. So your research question is going to give a general picture about what your problem, what is your problem, or what is your research about. Then, as soon as you have that general idea, general question, then you will have to say to the reader or let the reader know how you're planning to answer this question. And the steps that you're going to follow, step 1, step 2, step 3, in order to find out the answer to this question. So this is why there's some characteristics when you're establishing your research objectives. The first one is that you have to be concrete. Your objectives must be something that you can measure, and they must be possible as well to achieve. You may consider that having a general objective is going to take too much time sometimes. So this is why it is better to try to consolidate and make concrete your objective. So in that way, it's going to be more achievable, and you can measure and you can provide results in a very short period of time. You don't want to spend a research for 10 years. You don't want to spend 5 years research. You prefer to spend like a year research or 2 years research. That will be perfect. That will be awesome. So as soon as you get your research question and objectives, it's a good time for you to think about a good friend, Bloom's taxonomy. So this is my advice. There are plenty of information about my friend Bloom's taxonomy. And in order for you to identify, okay, what are the different steps of the different indicators of the different verbs that I can use in order to establish my objectives. If you're able to remember, if a person is able to remember, it means or it implies that that person is able as well to memorize and to repeat. This is what happens sometimes. You know, sometimes if you remember when I was, I don't know you guys, but I remember when I was at school, when I was in elementary, I remember my English teacher teaching me, hey, we're going to have speaking an interpersonal speaking conversation. So it's going to be your friend and you will have a conversation. I'm going to give you 2 days for you to be prepared. And so I just didn't have so much vocabulary to speak in English at that time. So the only thing that I did was trying to, memorize everything. That I just, I wrote like a kind of script of a conversation, and then I started memorizing that. And I just said it. What I just got in memory, I just said it. Then after we finished, my teacher came to me and said, hey, Philder, what do you say about it? What was everything that you said? Because I'm impressed about the whole language that you're using in English. And I said, well, tell the truth, I don't have any idea. Just memorize everything, but I don't have any idea. So what happens in this process is, what happens in this example is this. I was able to remember, but I was not able to understand. If I were able to understand, I will be able as well to say, hey, I know what I'm talking about. Hey, I could identify some of the verbs and expressions. Hey, I know what is the context that I'm talking about here. That this is what not happened in that time. So you see, every single process, every single step is very important. So that's what I'm saying, that when you're establishing and stating your objectives, you have to be objective with yourself in order to understand, hey, if I'm planning to evaluate, if I'm saying that my first objective is evaluate, I am assuming that I'm going to do remember, understand, apply, and analyze. So that's why I will say that the first thing that you got to do in a process is identify. Identify the causes of the problem, identify the different elements that are implying to the problem. After identifying, I think you better can say that you can analyze the different situations, the different approaches, the different statements in relation to the problem. And then a third step, after I identify and then I analyze, I'm going to be able to describe. So if I can describe, it's because I can state. I can say that I definitely understand something. So you see my point. What I'm saying is that you might not establish objectives just because. You have to establish objectives because they are the reason that will help you to show the step-by-step that is going to help you to approach to the answer to your research question. Now, how far shall I study the problem? As I already have the problem, how far can I study my problem? Because if I'm planning to study the different accidents around the world, it's going to take me a life and an eternity. So I just need to delimitate, and this is what we call this the scope and limitations. We just try to approach or achieve as close as we can to the problem. If you see in this picture, we have 2 police officers, and what they have done is they have delimited the event, the crime event or the accident event. Same thing you will have to do. You will have to delimitate the boundaries of your problem. Make sure that you're just going to study the problem itself. Don't go thinking about, I'm going to study the different accidents around the world. I'm going to study the accidents in the nation. I'm going to, no, just this particular accident. So just think about the particular problem that you're facing. And make sure that you establish that boundaries in your problem. All right, that was what I was talking. Okay, so the scope of limitation represents how far your study will achieve. Think about the population. You got to think about as well the application of your proposal and mention your expectations about your study. And in relation to the limitations, it refers about the different aspects that are not under your control that might affect the process of doing your research. Now, the other aspect is in relation to the rationale of the study. What is that rationale? The rationale is the reason why you're doing this study, the reason why you're doing the study of the problem, the reason why you're proposing this study. And that is necessary to identify. That is necessary to say and mention. Remember, when you're presenting your proposal of the problem statement, you are not presenting a solution yet. You're presenting the problem. You're saying what you want to study this problem. Why is this problem important? You might you might hesitate of not touching a possible solution to the problem if you're not totally sure. So that's why through the process of research, we have a step that we call implementation, in which we apply some instruments in order to identify more secure and more sure about the cases of the problem. So first, remember, just state the problem. That's the main focus here. That's why we have one chapter dedicated on the problem of the statement of the problem. One entire chapter. And if we were presenting a possible answer to the problem, we said the statement of the answer to the problem, which is different. But in this case, no, we are presenting a problem. So most of the researchers, they have presented the problem, and at the same time, they have presented the solution or the answer to the problem. Not that yet. I would say that you first have to take a time to make sure what the problem is, and then you can propose an answer. Same happens with the doctor picture. Please avoid to be that kind of doctor that is the first time in the doctor's office, and then you are the one that giving prescriptions without applying some instruments in order to identify what the real problem is. All right, so remember, you have the ability to touch minds and hearts and transform lives for a better world. Thank you so much. I appreciate your attention. I appreciate this invitation. And I hope this talk has provided you a lot of support and a better clarification about how to start stating your problem statement. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Pbel, for your presentation. This was a very enlightening presentation and a really clear one. Like, this is something we have all worked with our students through this semester, like trying to motivate them to look for problems and trying to provide solutions. So there are a couple of comments in the chat box from YouTube. So we have Professor David Camargo, who says, thanks, Professor Pbel, for being with us today in this event. And we have so far 2 questions. Number 1 says, this question is done by Camilo Andrés Acevedo Gerena, and he asks, can you think of any other ways to interpret problems from a more individual perspective?
Well, more individual perspective, I would say that every problem starts from a passion. Like every single time that you are trying to find out the reason why you need to find a cause of the problem. It comes because it is personal sometimes. When you're doing research, one of the aspects that you always inspire you to do research is because there is something personal in your life that you would like to go through. Even though because it's the institution that you're working, is because it's your daily life process, is because it's related to your professional life. So a better picture of that is just take a time to write a list about the possible things that you consider are the causes of the problem. Here's another example. You see a person crying in the street, and then you realize that that person is your next door friend. Then you start thinking, oh, why my friend is crying? And he might facing some problems. I know last time he was chilling at my friend's house as well. So I think it will be a great idea to give him some support by sending him to the psychologist to have some therapy. But then you decided to approach to your friend and ask, hey, man, what's going on? And he said, no, man, I just was walking and then I fall off and I hurt my knee. And you were thinking that the situation was more emotional. So that's the reason why sometimes the reasons why you are stating of a problem are subjective. In order to be more objective, you have to take into account more evidences, more than your perception. It's being more objective about what you can get. So my suggestion is get more data, get more information. You need that. You can start thinking about your initial ideas, but if you don't have your data that supports the possible problems, it will be kind of difficult to state the real problem. And so your perspective may change depending on that.
All right, thanks a lot. Second question, and this is a really interesting one because I consider it has happened to all of us and maybe some of our students, so I think they are going to feel like related to this. And the question is asked by Lisette Ramirez. She says, do you consider we must run away when we find out our problem hasn't been worked before and makes our research totally exploratory with almost non-existing theory about it?
Well, that is called academic research. So, yeah, well, this is what happens. There are some situations or problems that nobody has written about, or you just can't find few documents about it. Here's an example. I don't know if you guys know about gamification or gamification. It's something that is rolling on the way. It's something that is coming up in the new research appreciation process. So when you go on and the different libraries, spiritual libraries, because I don't like, sometimes people prefer to go on Google and Google academics, and then you find a lot of references there. But I do not agree with that idea. I just prefer to use virtual and online true libraries, like the university libraries. So when you go to the university libraries, that will help you to get the most recent reports, the most recent research that people has written, and more especially if those universities, those online libraries, they have connections with other web of libraries, that will help you to get more documents or documentation or articles in relation to the problem that you think or the research that you think that has no written about. So that's one point. So the second point in relation to that is talking about the example of gamification. It's, most of people know a PlayStation or an Xbox or the different games of that, and you feel so passionate about playing FIFA and all those games, and you just feel identified and expert with those kind of things. And you know that when we're having this teaching practice and when we're educating students and when we are learning by gaming, that helps a lot to feel so much motivation. And that enhances students and that enhances people to feel more connected and engaged with the learning process. So nobody has, just few documents have been discovered about the whole process about gamification just because they consider it not relevant, because they consider that gaming is just a leisure. So, but that's the point. If nobody has written about, that would be a great and interesting aspect to start studying some of the elements related to it. I will invite that if you have the time and if you consider, it's going to be hard to process because probably it's not that much information there. But this is why we are in this world of academic. We are in a process of discovering new aspects, discovering new ideas. So when you're doing that and when you start comparing one article with another article, and then you can analyze those articles, you can interpretate on your ideas and based on your experience and produce a new idea. when you produce a new idea, you're discovering a new knowledge. And that knowledge is going to support more the lit review in relation to a specific article or approach or topic that you're studying. So in conclusion, go ahead, explore. Don't hesitate about saying, oh, that's going to take me 3 years. Well, probably not. Probably you simply can say, I'm not pretending to solve a problem here, but I'm pretending to describe some of the reasons related to it. That is fine. That is okay. A research process, it means that it's not successful if the research does not propose an answer. So our research is successful even if it presents as a part of the results a simple description of what is going on or on what happened, because that's what is your purpose. So if your purpose here is to describe what's going on in that specific topic, go ahead, you can do that. But if your intention is to demonstrate or to apply if a theory is working, that's going to take a little bit more time. So you may consider about your time, you may consider about your efforts in terms of doing your research, right?
All right, thanks a lot for your answer. And finally, let's take some minutes to answer the last question we have. And this one is asked by Alejandra Ramirez. She says, do you consider qualitative research is the most difficult to perform? And should we choose a quantitative or a mixed one instead?
Wow, this is a key question. This is what happens. All research process, they have sometimes they have part of a quantitative and qualitative research, or even they can have a mixed one. Here's an example. I'm a professor, and I have a group of students. I would like to know the perception of my students in relation to their learning process. So in order to do that, I would like to ask them a general open question that will help me to get more details or more information about what they are thinking is the possible difficulties that are affecting their learning process. So in that form, my study will be more focused on a qualitative because it's descriptive. Then after I applied that interview with them, I just decided to take some of the elements that I could get, or those highlighted ideas that I could get from the first talk that I had with them, in order to build a questionnaire or a survey. And I just decided to do this survey as a closed questions answers, like a yes or no question. And then my purpose with that is in order to identify the percent of students that said or that agreed about specific ideas, or that they feel identified with specific ideas. So if I apply in a survey, that is mostly a quantitative model. So in this case, I am applying the both of them, qualitative and quantitative. And it's not bad to do that. I can present my study as a mixed study, and that is okay. As well, it's okay to present a holistic study. So what determines the kind of the type of research that you are doing, if it's quantitative or qualitative, it's the way that you're approaching to your population. Is the way, if you already know who is going to be your population and which one is going to be your sample, and the way that you approach is what determines if you are using a quantitative or a qualitative or a mixed or a holistic, because there are some steps in your research project that the research as itself needs to go in the quantitative direction. And there is another step that you're going on and getting some results, and then you need to move back to the quantitative. So it depends on the population and how you lead the research. In conclusion, what determines the type of a study, if it's quantitative or qualitative, is the population and the instruments that you're going to apply to your population in order to obtain information, to get the data.
Okay, so this is, we don't have any other questions, so it was really clear and understandable. So thanks a lot, Professor Fielder. Thanks a lot, Dr. Fielder. We are really thankful with you for helping us with this event, for sharing your experience, sharing your knowledge with our students and with us. I'm sure we all learned a lot, and like it was really interesting and enlightening talk. So well, so that is like our thanks for you. Thank you.
I appreciate your invitation and I expected that everybody could have the chance to enjoy it. And, you know, I'm going to just leave this presentation for your consultation as well. And anytime I will be more appreciated to be more than welcome to accept another invitation with you guys.
Okay, so after this presentation, so we're going to start with the round of students' presentations. So let me explain you a little bit how this is going to work. So we have worked with our students this semester in some research proposals, and they have created some videos in which they are going to share with you their process. So remember that this is like the results of a really fruitful process that we develop with our students, so please go easy on them. They are going to share with you their process per se and also their proposals. So I'm gonna read like the bio data of each student, and after that we will present a video, well, the videos that they have created, and at the end we're going to have some questions from you, from the people who are in the chat box, or also from the jury that we're going to have. And please feel free to write your comments in the chat box, and please feel free to write where you are from, whether you are greeting us, and like your careers and whatever you want to write. So let's begin with the first presentation. Let me go to the information. Right, so for this presentation, we're going to have students Slater Giovanni Quintero Arevalo, Juliet Alejandra Corredor Espitia, Laura Dayana Chaparro Gil. So they are supposed to be here in the Meet chat. So in case they are not, so please, this is like the notification. And at the end, they're going to answer the questions that the jury is going to ask. All right. So the jury for this presentation is Camilo Acevedo, Professor Camilo Acevedo, and this presentation is entitled Exporting Regions, Importance of the Different Regions of Colombia. So I'm going to read now the presenters. We have Slater Giovanni Quintero Arevalo. He is a fourth semester student of Finance and International Trade at the Pedagogical and Technological University of Colombia, technical in administrative assistance at SENA, and with great fascination for research in economic and commercial terms. Juliet Alexandra Corredor Espitia, she is a seventh semester student of Tourism and Hotel Administration at the Pedagogical and Technological University of Colombia. She is immensely interested in the area of human talent and also in the areas of sales, marketing, and logistics. And finally, we have Laura Dayana Chaparro Gil. She is a fourth semester student of Business Administration at the Pedagogical and Technological University of Colombia, Sogamoso faculty, with great interest in the topics of organizational control, human development, marketing, and cost strategy. So the floor is yours, your students. Yes, let's go with the first video.
Good morning, everybody. We are going to talk about exporting regions, the importance of the different regions of Colombia. Our group is composed by Laura Chaparro, Juliet Corredor, and who is talking Slater Quintero. At first, here we have the abstract, and here we can find all the aspects that we talk through our research. And the main things that we can find here in the abstract are that we don't have a competitive economy. We are not competitive in the foreign trade and in the globalized market. So that's the reason why we choose to talk about this research, or we choose to do this research.
Well, our problem statement is that we have chosen to talk about the exporting regions to realize the contribution and importance they have in the country. So we want to answer the question, how do the exports of the different regions of Colombia contribute to the country's economy? This study was born in order of identify the main products that each of the regions of Colombia produces. Objectives. The general objective is to know the significant contribution made by each of the Colombian regions of the increase in exports and the growth of the country. And the specific objectives is first, to study the importance of exporting regions in the economy of our country, and second is to identify the main products that each region exports in Colombia, and third is to establish the possible alternatives to boost the Colombian economy.
Theoretical framework. At first, we talk about the biodiversity of Colombia. As everyone knows, we are one of the richest countries in the world. So despite this great export potential that we have as country and as a nation, Colombia continues to have a negative trade balance since the last 7 years. So here we have the first reference that says that in 2019, exports in Colombia fell by 0.35% compared to the previous year. Foreign sales represented 12.2% of its GDP, a low percentage compared to than in other countries. The second is the most important exporting regions of Colombia. Well, once understood what is the general situation of Colombian foreign trade is like, we try to be more specific on one of the regions of Colombia. So at first we have Antioquia, that is the department that occupies the first place in exports in Colombia with external sales for $2,618.4 million, which gives a participation of 12.8% of the national total vote by Cesar. And then we have Bogota. The third point is exporting products by region. Here we are more specific in each one of the products that the regions export. We have Antioquia, that in the period from January to July 2017, full export were registered for non-monetary use, followed by bananas and unroasted coffee, and flowers, and etc. We have Bogota, then that it's the country's leader in exporting flowers and wood, fresh roses, and roasted coffee, fresh carnations, and medicines for human use. That was from our reference that here we can see, siglo 2017. And the last thing that we can find here is something very important, because as we could see before, all the regions export to raw materials. So as the Department of Bolivar is positioning as the region Colombia that incorporates the highest technological intensity of exports, concentrating in 70% of its non-traditional sales in the medium technological manufacturers. The Casanare region focuses in the medium term on the commercialization of meat, dairy products, and leather manufacturers. And the main product that Atlantic exports is fungicides.
Methodology. This reason was carried out from a qualitative approach through explorative research with secondary data provide us with real information for our field research over the years. In the table, we can see the behind that Colombia has had over time. Both its best years and not so good. Expect results. To improve our economic performance by strengthening our sense of belonging. The affirmation is ordered to achieve a better development in our product and raw materials, not only in international level, but international law. Exporting regions will be studied to find out which are the main products they export and their importance in the country's economy. To identify the regions why Colombia is not a competitive country with the framework of international trade.
and how we can build it up. So my question is there, like, knowing that Colombia is one of the richest like biodiversity countries in the on the earth, and they're trying to dig into what is the connection with this biodiversity and the economy. So what are those ideas that the students have about, like, some prior ideas that they have about why our economy in Colombia is not as competitive as maybe like developed countries? What's that relation between like a poor country and a lot of biodiversity richness? And like I just would like to hear a little bit about that, and I want to congratulate the team again. So that's my question, Professor Johan, to see if the students are over there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Camilo. Okay, so now the space is for you guys to answer, like, the question. Giovanni, Alejandra, or Diana, like, the one who wants to participate is up to you to decide.
Well, first, as we say in our research, Colombia is not a competitive country in this globalized economy because we don't add value to the products that we export. Because instead, for example, United States exports iPhones or cell phones in general, we export oranges, and that's obviously cheaper an orange than a cell phone. And so we don't export, for example, coffee. We don't sell coffee in New York. We sell unroasted coffee. So that's one of the most important reasons why we can't escape for this economy. Well, obviously also there are also other problems like the low help that the government provides to the farmers and etc.
Okay, thank you, Giovanni. So do we have another answer from Alejandra or Dayana?
Good morning, everyone. I think that, if, for example, Colombia is not economical competitive because the people prefer buy the products that coming from other countries and prefer such foods than flowers and coffee and different elements. And the thing that we want made is we intend to raise awareness to people to buy products made by Colombia. So we want it specific well, show the importance of each one of the departments, and is it.
Okay, thank you, Laura. And well, so is that about it?
Yeah, thank you very much to the students who answered and who took part in this presentation. I think like the majors that you're attempting are the ones that you're really like good at, and I think like the group is very well conformed. So I hope you could continue with this research in for the like academic practices you're gonna encounter. So once again, thank you very much for your answers, and I think we could continue, Professor Johan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and thank you again to the students who answer. Remember that in case you don't understand anything, like you can ask. This is like the idea of this is to be dialogical, no? So don't be nervous of like not understanding anything. Like you can ask, and we can help you with this. All right. So this is like a message for students who are coming up next, or maybe the other ones. Okay. So let's continue. We have a second presentation. All right. Let me check my microphone. Yeah. Let's continue with the second presentation, which is entitled Geological Geophysical Survey of Gravimetric and Magnometric Type. This is done by Fabricio Lopez Ortega. Fabricio Lopez Ortega is an 8th semester student at the School of Geological Engineering of the Sogamoso Seccional Faculty of the University, Pedagogical and Tecnológica of Colombia. And the jury who is going to help us with this presentation is Professor David Camargo. So the floor is for this student to present his video. So let's go with the video number 2.
Hello everyone, I am Fabricio Lopez Ortega. I am a student of 8th semester of Geological Engineering. I presented Geological Physical Survey of Gravimetric and Magnetometric Type. The present work was carried out with the purpose of investigating the geological geophysical behavior in an area of 4 square kilometers that includes the municipalities of Tierra Nauta, Sogamoso. Two physical surveys with the help of software application, one of gravimetric type and another of magnetometric type by profiling method. This paper also aims to carry out the correction to the values obtained in the field and the interpreting deltoids present in the study area, consequently to materialize this data in a geological geophysical map of the terrain, and finally to compare the results with a geological map elaborated in a traditional way and observe which application is more useful and precise according to the geophysical perspective method used. It's important to mention that this work was carried out in the geophysical course in 2019 in the 5 semesters. Okay, let's start with the problem statement. The little application that has been given to the different geophysical prospecting methods in a country like Colombia is due to the lack of knowledge and understanding. Since conventional geophysical study require qualified labor and high-cost equipment. However, this study seeks to encourage new generation to exploit to the maximum the recursos that the planet Earth offers us through the new technologies in the most economical, ecological, and practical ways such as software applications. These applications give the possibility of measuring gravitational and magnetometric anomalies present in the ground, with the use of different sensors that can incorporate in the phones, reducing this way the cost in equipment transport of the same one and offering greater comfort in the taking of information science in the only required to take of the phone off our pocket and to take the data in the needed location. The general objective of this work is to determine which of the two methods of a physical perspective with the software application is more useful, accurate to obtain geophysical anomalies, compared the information obtained with the conventional geological surveys. And specific objectives. One, to determine the presence of anomalies that indicate the presence of hydrocarbons, water sources, according to remains metallic or non-metallic deposits in the study area, to the use of software applications. 2. To generate a geological and geophysical map of the terrain by the gravimetric perspective method and by the magnetometric perspective method. And 3. To observe which elements present in the terrain generate alterations and possible errors in the data collected in the software application used. In order to tell about the theoretical framework of the project, we must take into account that currently the number of people who have a smartphone case, which opens the possibility of developing software applications that are aimed at a target audience such as scientists, engineers, geologists, physicists. Gravimeter and Gauss meter are examples of software applications characterized by free, light, and easily accessible, also applicable to detection of anomalies in geophysical perspective. Regarding geophysical propagation methods, Flores y Hernandez affirm that the traditional methods of geophysical perspective have a scarce use in our environment due to the following reasons. There are few uses tested in the subject, there are many limitations in terms of equipment and information, there is a high degree of distrust where the quality of the information and the experience of the human team are fundamental to offer realistic useful results. It's important that together with these processing methods, as study of the software geology is carried out with the elements mentioned in Pozo, González, y Jorge. Besides helping to plan subsequent intervention of the deposit, a well-referenced map of the possible structure settled or buried in a terrain can be obtained, which reflecting the savings of time and money. Although traditional geophysical perspective method produces high quality results, as mentioned above, Niño y Cubillos affirm that when field work is performed in most cases, a computer is not available, or its battery might not be able to support the time needed to perform the work. But a smartphone is able to cope with such problems. However, this problem is covered by implementing mobile application in data collection. But the use mobile application is not limited only to geophysics. Ulloa shows and describes a lot of advances in the application of these technologies in geological science, in addition to the systems that present our smartphone sites with their possible uses. The methodology used in this research was quantitative, as studied by Pozo, González, and Jorge. In the earth science, only that which measurement can be expressed in numerical form and can be modeled is adequately known. Although the described aspect is an initial phase of a geological study, the quantification must be solved either numerically or graphically, especially if we seek the applicability of the study. This work is supported is supported by traditional geophysical prospecting methods modified to be used with cellular software applications. This includes the different types of correction to data, the geophysical constant for the study area, the petrophysics of the lithologies presented in the area, and the use of software for generation of the final geological physical map in each method. Explanatory, considering the low applicability of physical prospecting methods and the use of computer application to solve this problem, we feel data collection as explained above and cross-sectional auto measurements were to be taken at 1,021 points in the area, and the data collection was carried out the 4 or 5 days between the months of May and June 2019. This time span is irrelevant in the analysis of the data as is intended to determine the geophysical anomalies found in the sector. On the research stage, I prepared a table in addition to the poster where each of the main stages explained this began. Stage office, where all the information prior to the data collection is obtained. Field stage, when you get information from the field and observe the variables that the project might present. Finally, and the most time-consuming stage of all, data interpretation. In this stage, you must make correction tables, maps, results, comparisons. Although the table presents a source of data for data interpretation. This stage begins from the first day that data are collected in the field. In the results, I obtained from this project are more than those shown in this poster. For graphmetric prospecting methods was generated from correction in tables, gravimetric anomaly real data map, gravimetric anomaly isolineous map, and geological geophysical map by gravimetric shown here. For magnetometric prospecting methods were generated from correction in tables, magnetometric anomaly real data map, magnetometric anomaly isolineous map, and geological geophysical map by magnetometric shown here. About the comparison of the geological geophysical maps with the traditional geophysical map led to the conclusion. 1. After the materialization of the data, its interpretation and analysis it became evident that the most susceptible geophysical method for the elaboration or rectification of a geological mapping would be gravimetric sense. If we take in account that the present study was elaborated with the telephonic application, the variance that the data may have are much smaller for this method than for those analyzed previously. 2. When emphasizing to the data collection, it is worth highlighting the practicality of its science being collected through a mobile application. Certain data corrections by the team are reduced in addition to the cost that may involve having and mobilizing a gravimetric and magnetometer, not to mention the fatigue they may suffer when they are in the field. And 3. When observing the geological physical map by gravimetry, we can observe a clear benefit of the physical and the geological interpretation of a terrain, since it shows an indication of the lithology that could be found at deep and the structure present in it. In addition, it were guided by conventional geology. They could not be observed with the naked eye, photo interpretation, or field trips. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Fabricio, for your presentation, for sharing with us your process as well. So let's see if there are any comments over there. Well, no. So now the time is for Professor David Camargo, who is here to ask.
Sure, good morning, and thank you very much for this opportunity, for being a jury for this activity, for this event. And sure, I have a couple of questions for Fabricio. The first one is, what are the new ideas, principle, or knowledge that is added through this project, and why is that important?
Okay, Fabricio, are you over there? I think I saw you in the chat box.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I don't know. Well, I accept. It's a complete subject to explain with prior knowledge, so I will do my best. In this project, I learned new applied terms for my profession. Yes. Besides the information that obtained in the other language is very useful, and doing this type of work makes straight to get new opportunities through a second language. Yes. For this case, the use of software application in the geology facility the work of field talking the new idea is this project is consisted of economically principally and no, I don't know. O sea, I don't know. Explain to you. New ideas because the cellular applications are the new theme of in the geophysics because it's more problems in this application. So the unique uses is in the investigation for because in these companies no use these applications. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Fabricio. I have a second question, and it is, what are some constraints that you had to face during the development of the project, and how did you deal with them?
Okay, Fabricio, did you have any difficulty when doing your project, and how you deal with them?
Yeah, any difficult situations or
yes.
Challenges?
Yes, I have a problem. Time, principally. In this year, I have more subjects, so I don't know more time for project. I think more time for investigation or more than
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Fabricio. So, any other comment, Professor David?
Oh, no, not by now. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, no listen to me?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Excuse me, because the microphone is apagado. Estaba respondiendo.
All right, no problem. So that's about it. Yes, Professor David, any other think.
That's all by now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Fabricio, as well for your effort, for your presentation and sharing with us. So let's continue, because time is going by so fast, honestly, and we have lots of more things to share with you. Remember, guys, to activate your cameras whenever you are going to answer to the question, so that is like the interaction goes better. And also remember to type in the chat box on YouTube whatever you want to say, whatever you want to comment to your partners. Next presentation is entitled New Money Sources Searching in Pandemic. This is presented by Susan Juliet Plazas Rivas, who is a 5th semester student of Computer and Systems Engineering at Uptc. Jason Steven Amado Aguillón, who is an 8th semester student at Uptc as well, and Yaris Camila Valderrama Barreto. She is a 6th semester student of Computer and Systems Engineering at Uptc, and she is also a systems technician at SENA 2016. The jury who is going to help us with this presentation is Professor Viviana Mesa. So the floor is for you guys. Let's go with the video number 3.
Good morning to all present. Thank you for attending. The paper Searching for New Source of Money in Pandemic will be presented by Camila Valderrama, Jason Amado, and Juliet Plazas, students of System and Computer Engineering. Abstract. The main objective of this research is to carry out a broad study of all the repercussions of the pandemic in Colombia, having as main study population the students of the Universidad, Pedagógica, Tecnológica de Colombia and their respective families. Being a qualitative of research surveys will be applied mainly as method of obtaining information. Since using these means, it is possible to obtain a large amount of data with which it will be possible to determine the economic level of these families and how they have been affected throughout the pandemic generated by COVID-19. Given the current situation, the research will seek to know the strategies used by the families to generate the money that possible to the pandemic they stopped receiving, since their economic has been directly affected to the containment and the massive closures in most of the commercial establishments. The government plays a key role in this, as it must manage the necessary resources and aid to that country's economy. It's not affected on large scale.
Problem statement, November 17, 2019. The first patient was diagnosed with a virus that later became known as COVID-19. The World Health Organization declared it a pandemic due to the high number of cases in the city of Wuhan, China, and in the rest of the world. March 6 of the following year in Colombia, it had its first appearance. Thousands of people were affected physically, mentally, and economically. It discussed the government to declare mandatory isolation. Many people lost their jobs due to the decrease of economic income to the companies which could not meet in salaries of their employees. Self-employed workers lost their business due to the decrease in sales. Many families were unable to cover their basic needs. This research aimed to seek, analyze, and publicize in alternatives used by the families of Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica Colombia students to improve their income caused by the aforementioned. Objectives. General objective. To describe new ways to look for economical sources for improve the finances of the Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia students' families independently. Specific objectives to define how many families had to look for other income option due to the pandemic, to know through surveys the ways that Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia families used to improve their finance during the COVID-19 pandemic, to analyze and to show how the Uptc students' families improved their finances during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Reference framework. The health crisis generated by the new coronavirus was called SARS-CoV-2, which caused COVID-19, has left serious physical, mental, and economic consequences for Colombian families and for families around the world. On March 26, 2020, FEDesarrollo published a document, Dual Shock and Possible Effects on the Colombian Economy, Fernando Mejia, having the containment to contain the spread of COVID-19. Product activity has a statement in some sectors, mainly affecting activities associated with trade in goods and services, tourism and industries, mandatory confinement, and the loss of jobs, especially in the informal sector, and translating to a demand shock where salaries reduce their composition levels. The loss of jobs or the decline in families' finance has caused the research for alternatives to generate the last income. John Weller, in his paper, The COVID-19 Pandemic and Its Effect on Labor Market Trends. Due to the increasing number of positive cases of COVID-19 in Colombia, the government was forced to make mandatory isolation last for several months, according to the article COVID-19 Implication in Colombia, published by Almeida y Sarmiento. Finally, the war is a critical point in which every decision that is made is of vital importance for the future of not only one country, but the entire world. Its consequence doesn't just affect them individually. The decision people and governments take in the next few weeks will probably shape the world for years to come. They will shape not just our healthcare systems, but also our economic, politics, and culture. Harari.
Methodology. The objective of the research seeks to describe the new ways of generating economic source to improve finances during the pandemic caused by the COVID-19. In this case, the families of the Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia students, which will later be analyzed. The research is descriptive because it seeks to obtain or measure information of a specific case in a population. And the research is quantitative, and the main means by which the respective information will be obtained through the use of surveys. This is because it's one of the most agile ways with which a sample can be studied using different criteria based on the same topic. The Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia has approximately 26,000 students divided among 65 undergraduate academic programs offered by the university. This research work was carried out in the Sogamoso sectional with approximately 4,000 students in the undergraduate academic programs. Therefore, for the research, the families of the students of the Sogamoso sectional will be used as a unit of study. Finally, results expect from this research, it's mainly expected that it can be learned and progressed in relation to different difficulties caused by the COVID-19, and thus generate the necessary strategies and methods to be able to create an economic evolution that benefits all affected people, among whom are mainly micro enterprises and independent workers. And in this way have the necessary basis to be prepared in the event of a crisis similar to this one. And that's all. Thank you for your attention. And next will be the question section.
All right, so as Jason mentions, this is going to be the question section. Thank you guys for your presentation. Thank you, Juliet, Jason, and Camila. So now, because of time, we're going to have only one question, I think, and this is done by Professor Viviana. So if you could please. All right, so we're not listening to you. Professor Viviana, your microphone is off, so maybe.
Good morning. Okay, I just want to congratulate to you because your project just is interesting and is taking an important thing that is affecting to us, COVID-19. You know that employment rates are the highest peak in the decade. Family try to figure out how to survive in this pandemic and to look for a new jobs. So you are just making a research about what are the strategies that the families from the UPTC are going to, the students, the UPTC students' families are going to use in order to just generate any income in this pandemic. So I just wondered about what do you consider the government needs to implement to help people to have that source of income?
Okay, so whoever wants to answer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I think that the government, principally in countries like Colombia, Mexico, and Latin America, have bad administration from the resources of the country. I think that the government has to help more because they don't distribute so well the money. In the case of Colombia, we can see that in the Senate, the salary is something enormous. So that I think that it's more like a problem that distribute the money that in the country.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Congratulations.
All right. Thank you, Professor Viviana, and thank you, Jason, and the group, Camila and Juliet, for your presentation. So let's continue now with presentation number 4. So as I told you, like time is going by really fast, but well, so we'll see. This project is entitled Impact of the Pandemic on the Hospital San Rafael's Human Resources Management, and this is done by Claudia Elena Rincón Avendaño, Lina María Avendaño Benavides, Jamie Rocío Sánchez Pérez, who are students from Industrial Engineering. So let's go with this video, number 4.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for your interest in our proposals. The impact of the pandemic on the human resource management in University Hospital San Rafael of Tunja. This project is presented by Claudia Rincón, Jamie Sanchez, and me, Lina Avendaño. The COVID-19 pandemic shows some shortcomings in the health sector. In most cases, it's a management problem, since research had not used optimally. For this reason, to describe the behavior of human resource management in an entity, it has great coverage at the regional level, such as the University Hospital San Rafael of Tunja, before and in the pandemic, it is of great importance to determine if the conditions in each of the periods are in accordance with the needs of the employees.
The problem statement. Companies are a very important pillar in the actuality society in general. The science, they provide different products and services that are vital to all people. Given that the pandemic affected the world, the issue of resource management in companies is a very important topic of interest. The situation that we are going through makes companies of all kinds about reform to their management to reduce the effects and be able to flourish. The COVID-19 virus pandemic resulted in the human resource department of companies facing a global health emergency, which broke with a crisis that caused the implementation of methods that prioritized the health of employees without neglecting the productivity of the company. According to Brian Krupp, head of HR at Gartner, as the COVID-19 crisis disrupts organizations around the world, HR leaders must respond quickly and comprehensively, taking into account the immediate and long-term consequences for talent. To reduce the impact, human resources must react quickly and effectively by analyzing the situation, identifying threats, and prioritizing. Health personnel in Boyacá have been directly affected in the workplace due to the certain pre-existing condition, and now in times of pandemic, the situation is mostly affected given that they have limited access to personal protective equipment, biosecurity condition insufficient, and inadequate facilities in addition to the labor exploitation they face as frontline personnel, given the important and lack of decent work conditions for health personnel in Boyacá before the pandemic. It is of interest to now and objectively quantify how human resource management is being carried out in the sector, specifically at the University Hospital San Rafael of Tunja. This study intends to analyze the management of human resources at the University Hospital San Rafael of Tunja, identifying conditions inherent to work and workers before the pandemic and in the pandemic, and based on this, determine the behavior of this department and its evolution in the face of actual conditions. The proposal is focused on the description of the operation of this department in health companies. The objectives, the general objective is analyze the impact of the pandemic on the human resource management in the University Hospital San Rafael of Tunja. The specific objectives are to search for information on the crisis caused by the pandemic and the measures being taken to mitigate its effects on University Hospital San Rafael of Tunja. Describe the behavior of the Human Resource Department in the University Hospital San Rafael of Tunja before and in the pandemic. To understand the different factors involved in the connection between COVID-19 and the management of human resource in University Hospital San Rafael of Tunja, and to analyze and conclude how the management of human resource at University Hospital San Rafael of Tunja was influenced by the pandemic.
The theoretical framework. According to Soto, human resources are the factors that make organization productive and competitive, and therefore successful. Hence, it is important to develop human resource management that guarantees the availability of well-trained, competent, up-to-date personnel with an attitude appropriated towards work and committed to the future of the organization. So the objective to which the management of its human resource is direct must be clearly defined on the one hand, and on the other, the function of human resource that the organization will fulfill. La Torre complements the concept of human resource thinking as reference stories differentiation, which says that the difference between personnel administration and human resource management is that the former imposes compliance with organization rules and procedures, and the leader increases the loyalty and commitment of workers. Although companies generally strive to specialize more in this subject, it's difficult since there are no manuals or indication on what steps can be followed to have a good human resource management. So companies pursue this goal in an empirical. According to Rodriguez Niño, one of the biggest problems in human resource management is hiring. It's clear that contracting always generates dissatisfaction in workers, not only in the health sector. In many occasions, there is no fixed contract, and also contracting through outsourcing does not represent many benefits to the employees, since irregularities are encouraged in the hiring and may, in some cases, increase costs that put at risk the labor stability and the stability of the institution. Finally, in the management report of the University Hospital San Rafael of Tunja, it can be observed that the management focus on training, induction, well-being, and incentivize and on the work environment, developing different programs to achieve greater job satisfaction in each of the focuses, having annual variation in each one that demonstrate how each the program are not always sufficient to meet the organization objectives in terms of human resource.
Methodology. In the methodological design, the method is descriptive method. According to Sampieri, descriptive studies seek to specify the important aspects, properties of people groups, communities, or any other phenomenon that is subjected to analysis. In this research, it is intended to highlight and describe important aspects and characteristics of human resource management in Boyacá public hospitals, taking into account data, conditions of workers, work environment, among others, which are by type of research. The type of mixed investigation will be implemented. In the case of this work, since it is necessary to use numerical data and descriptions for mixed analysis, is more appropriate to use this method. In scenario context, this research is planned to be carried out in the Human Resource Department of the University Hospital San Rafael of Tunja. It is a hospital that provides health service with specialist medical attention of 3 and 4 levels. Population. For this research, the conditions of the planned staff and contracted staff will be evaluated, bringing together the majority of professionals from different health areas in the University Hospital San Rafael of Tunja. Study unit, a non-probabilistic sample will be used in this investigation, which consists of choosing the part of the population that can be accessed more easily. Technique for the development of this research, documentary analysis techniques are used. Instruments, Atlasti for documentation analysis, and data analysis method, collect information and analyze through atlastic, looking for common factors to find patterns. Stages. First, determination of the study variables. Second, literature search and evaluation. Third, analysis and discussion. Fourth, conclusions. Finally, expected results. Describe the human resource management of the University Hospital San Rafael of Tunja, taking as main parameters the personnel and their conditions, explaining in a timely manner the variation of personnel, level of training, salaries, and biosafety conditions in the face of different circumstances. These are our most important references. And thanks for your attention.
Right. Thank you, Claudia, Lina, and Jamie for your presentation. Again, you did it very good. I forgot to tell you at the very beginning of this talk, but the jury from this presentation is Professor Evelyn Lizeth Ramirez. So the floor is yours for your comments or questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Johan. Okay, guys, so first, congratulations for your work. I think it's a well-designed work. I think it's really important to analyze and just take a look at what happened in the human resources management in the hospitals, not only in the San Rafael Hospital, but in every hospital, because we know that with COVID pandemic, we had a lot of trouble and hospitals were like full. And I think it's really important to take a look at that. So I just have a question, guys. So my question is, what criteria or criterias are you going to have in mind or to take into account when you perform this study on the human resources management on the pandemic and how the hospital San Rafael managed that? What are the criteria you are thinking of applying or to look for in those documents you are going to use?
Good morning, teacher. When studying human resource management, we will take into account criteria such as the number of staff contracts, age and working conditions, and salaries of staff before and during the pandemic, in order to analyze the risk profile of infection, the variation in salaries, variation in the number of contracts, and level of working conditions. For example, biosecurity equipment, the disinfection before and after entering the job. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Well done. Thank you very much, guys, and congratulations for your work.
Right. Thank you, Professor, and thank you, students, for your presentation, for your efforts, as I mentioned before. Okay, so let's continue with number 5, which is entitled Organic Fertilizers, Benefits of Rabbit Manure. This proposal is presented by Valentina Araque. She is a 5th semester student from the Agricultural Management Program at Pedagógica and Tecnológica Universidad of Colombia. She is currently attending his 5th level of foreign language focused on research fundamentals, and her main research interests are addressed to healthy lifestyle and reducing his environmental footprint. And also, we're going to have Jessica Chacon. She's a 5th semester student from the Agricultural Management Program at Pedagógica and Tecnológica University of Colombia as well. She is currently attending her fifth level of foreign language focus on research fundamentals, and her main research interests are towards the agricultural area, seeking to contribute to animal welfare and care for the environment. So this is the biodata they wrote. And well, so let's go with video number 5.
This call is now being recorded.
Good morning, everyone. Our project is Organic Fertilizers, Benefits of Rabbit Manure. My group
is made up of Jessica Paola Chacon Silva and who speaks Mario Valentina Araquepanquea. Fifth semester, students or agricultural company management of the Pedagogic and Technological University of Colombia. Our problem statement is that the most commonly used fertilizers currently are the so-called chemical fertilizers, which cause a gradual decrease in the properties of the soil and its organic substance. Organic fertilizers are substances that are constituted by wastes of animal, vegetables or mixed origin that are added to the soil in order to improve its physical, biological, and chemical characteristics. According to previous studies, it was found that farmers unaware of the benefits of using organic rabbit fertilizers for their crops. They are mainly familiar with sheep, cow, horse, and chicken waste, but synthetic fertilizers are no longer used in conventional agriculture and that rabbit producers do not take advantage of rabbit manure in any way. This research seeks to publicize the importance of rabbit manure through brochures distributed in agricultural and rabbit farming areas of Boyacá that clearly highlight that it can be an important source of income for rabbit breeders and the same time it can improve agriculture in general by including important benefits in crops. Our research question is, what are the advantages of implementing rabbit manure in agricultural crops? General objective. To describe the benefits of rabbit manure in order to be implemented in agricultural activities for Boyacá. Specific objectives to determine the properties of rabbit manure, to analyze the importance of good use and management of composts in rabbit farms, and finish to publicize the benefits in bricks to agriculture in the region, so a brochure.
Okay, theoretical framework. The main objective of this study is to determine the benefits that the implementation of organic fertilizers such as rabbit excrement in crops brings to agriculture. In addition, some main concepts such as organic fertilizers, manure compost on agricultural crops, and rabbit manure are listed as main constructions to be discussed and analyzed. Organic fertilizer. According to EDMIT's 2003, based on the long-term evaluation of 14 sites receiving either manure or fertilizer, yields obtained with manure were generally similar to those obtained with conventional fertilizer. Despite the beneficial effect of manure on soil quality noted previously, use of conventional fertilizers can apparently compensate for less desirable soil conditions such as lower organic matter. Provide that nutrient supply is equally or at adequate levels to support growth. Yields with organic source tend to be similar to those with inorganic source. Second constructor, manure compost on agricultural crops. According to Hill 2020, it eliminates viruses, fungi, and bacteria, in addition to improving in physical, chemical structure. Continuing with this benefit, it is also important to note that greater amounts of humus are achieved than with the same amount of matter applied directly to the soil. And it is that the manure, after composting, becomes a matter extraordinary, rich in beneficial microbial. According to this author, it is highly relevant to use on farms where agriculture is convenient. The manure can re-enter the farm to close the cycle, should consider, although it must be subject to a fermentation and transformation process. Later, a final producer of innumerable advantages is obtained to the starting on, and that it takes at least 6 months to achieve an acceptable result. And 3, constructor rabbit manure. Rabbit manure is defined by CAMS 978 as one of the most suitable fertilizers for special crops. It contains trace elements useful to plants and even microorganisms that are specific to sheep and that help the biological degradation of manure. According to the author, rabbit manure can be used in any type of crop: vegetables, legumes, mini jars, fruit trees, etc., which allow its efficient use in crops in addition to having specific microorganisms of rabbit and which help its biological degradation, making this a great potential and very significant contribution to agriculture and, of course, of the environment. Well, methodology. Approach. The purpose of the research studies to determine the benefits of rabbit fertilizer in agriculture. For this, we are based on a qualitative research, since its purpose is directed more toward discovery and not to verification. In addition, that in the qualitative research, guidelines are followed, concept, experience, and interpret, and the results are expressed in words. Hernández, Álvaro, y Luna. In addition, it is an explanatory research since it focuses on explaining the aspect of the study in a detailed way and helps us to understand the problem more efficiently. Research stage. Our study wants to publicize other forms of organic fertilization for crops, especially with manure and rabbits, and thus show are the benefits that it offers while contributing to the care of the soil and the environment. So we plan to follow the following step. 1 step. Preliminary phase. Observation in some places of agricultural crops in which rabbit manure is not used as organic fertilizer. The design and application of interviews to determine the use of rabbit manure as fertilizer for crops show the ignorance about the benefits it provides to the soil. Second step. Secondary data gathering. The secondary data information is also used in this research to support the conceptualization of terms and with deep research in databases on the application of rabbit manure in crops and how it behaves and the contributes in genetics. 3 steps. Selection and analysis of the information. Having the most relevant data, we proceed to the selection, classification, analysis of the information, highlighting the benefits provided by this type of fertilizer. 4 step. Design and the creation of the brochure. After the information has been selected, the design, the creation of the brochure will be in which it will be exposed of rabbit manure, its nutritional contribution, and the benefits that crops gain. And 5 step. Communication of results. Through training and workshop with the help of the municipalities of Boyacá, the brochure will be presented and the farmers will be explaining about the treatment application for the benefits of rabbit manure in cold climate crops. Expect results. First, to obtain and verify information in the agricultural and rabbit farming context about the use of rabbit manure. Second, based on the information from database, scientific journals, and information source, a brochure will be designed with the most relevant insights. And finish, to share the high efficiency and benefit of using rabbit manure as organic fertilizer to be applied in agricultural crops. And finally, our reference. Thanks for attention.
All right. Thank you, Jessica, and thank you, Valentina, for your presentation and your proposal. So now we're going to give the word to Professor Camilo Acevedo, who is the jury of this presentation.
Okay. Hi again. Thank you for your presentation. Once again, my deepest and most sincere like valuable work you just carried out again, right? I think this is like very important since like Boyacá is one of the most agricultural like states from Colombia. So I think like the impact you could have, it's very big. So my question is very simple. I know like this is something like somehow brand new out on the market of fertilizers in terms of like chemical or organic, and it also somehow could raise up the prices of products. So my question is, it's very simple for Valentina and Jessica. Once again, you just did like a great job, and my question is like, do you think like farmers, they don't know about these type of fertilizers, like about the rapid compose, or you think that they know but they can like produce it because of the industry doesn't like allow them to access to these kind of fertilizers, right? So that's just my question, right? If farmers, they don't know about this type of products on the market, or is it the same market or the industry that doesn't allow them to buy? Because I mean, of course there is tons of research that shows that organic fertilizers are cheaper, they have more like less of impact on earth, and you know all of these things. So that's my question. Thank you very much, Valentina and Jessica, and again to Professor Johan.
Okay, thank you, Professor Camilo. So let's see, Valentina or Jessica, who wants to speak? All right, so I'm seeing you in the group.
They run away. They run away.
They don't want to answer.
All right. Okay. Maybe if we have time, then maybe they could think about it. If not, I think we could just continue, right?
Right. So let's.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, my internet connection. Okay, thanks for your congratulations. About your question, we're talking with some farmers, and we were able to show that they do not use the organic products because their culture is to use chemicals, and the organic process is very slower. And so they don't use this type of fertilizers.
Right. Well done.
Okay. Great. Thank you for popping up on the screen. All right. Thank you.
That's about it. All right. Well, thank you, Jessica and Valentina. Very well done. Let's continue with our presentation number 6. I think this is the one at 10 a.m. So this one is entitled Design and Development of a Java Program to Help Students Solve Basic Errors in a Differential Calculus Course. And this proposal is done by the student Andres Iván Sierra Espinel. He is a 4th semester student of Computer and Systems Engineering program at Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia. He is currently attending his 5th level of foreign language focused on research fundamentals, and his main research interests are towards the development of digital programs and the uses of ICTs. And the jury for this presentation is Professor Lady Perez. So let's go with video number 6.
Hello everyone, I'm Andres Iván Sierra Espinel from Systems Engineering career, and that's my proposal that I titled Design and Development of a Java Program to help students solve basic errors in differential calculus course. And so ICTs today are part of learning process and actually plays a very important role in the education field. The growing use of ICTs as support for learning in education is due to the fact that they allow the access to to a large number of digital resources, which are very useful for reasons such as the ease of the access to digital books, magazines, and newspapers in digital version, among another large amount of material for the apprehension of knowledge in a active way. The following document reports on a mixed research study conducted with first semester students from Uptc Sogamoso faculty, specifically from systems engineering career. This study wants to show an evident problematic in the students from Uptc Sogamoso faculty systems engineering career in their first semester. So what about the problem statement? Some mistakes have been detected in a lot of students who are beginning their careers, such as some basis of math needs. This generates difficulties along their career, especially in their first semester. That's the reason to develop a program in order to try to solve an evident problematic that has been detected in the first semester students regarding the differential calculus course. Taking into account the aforementioned, it has been decided to design and implement a Java program in order to help first semester students with the differential calculus course at Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia. The following question has been set as guide to carry out the proposal. What does the design and implementation of a calculus support software reveal about the enhancement of first semester student learning process? General objective to design and implement a calculus support software in order to enhance the first semester students learning process, and specific objectives to design a software created in language which one contains and provides enough information about the calculus subject to implement software with first semester students from a computer and systems engineering career from Uptc Sogamoso faculty and to police students in order to know if the software has been useful as support in their learning process in the calculus subject. So theoretical framework constructs themes, they encompass the means by which it's desired to solve the research problem, and how through the ICT, information and communication technologies, could help the learning students process. So the first one is software development. On the other hand, where the education has become part of this new age of a lot of people design and develop through programs that includes any kind of knowledge in order to help students. Also, it's well known that almost everyone has technological dispositive like smartphones, laptops, tablets, and other dispositives, and that let us connect with the informatical world. This becomes easier in the process to give to know anything as educative information, virtual books, and as well the technologies have contributed to the educative area. For example, appeared in the educational informatics. We thought were nothing that exists a lot of language to program. A few languages have been evolving along the time, and today are stay effective. Another constructor is regarding to students' learning process through ICTs. ICTs today are part of the learning process. Moreira affirms that ICTs plays a very important role in the education field since they offer support to educational work and meaningful learning. The growing use of ICTs as support for learning in education is due to the fact that they allow the access to a large number of digital resources, which are very useful for reasons such as the ease of the access to digital books, magazines, and newspapers in digital version. Similarly, it's appropriate to consider that through this new media, students have the ability to inquire and experience knowledge in an inconsistent way due to the ease of reaching the information for the grasping of knowledge, leaving aside conventional learning. And the last constructor is regarding to the dissertation. Parmo and Correa affirm that the university students' dissertation shouldn't don't only refers as definitive abandonment of classes, but also the abandonment and dropout of the students brings with it some serious social repercussion. And what about the methodology? The purpose of the present research is try to help UPT Sogamoso faculty students in the differential calculus course, providing them a software in order to give a support for the successful end of the aforementioned course. This makes a carry out a mixed research as methodology for the more analyze how useful could be the formation software through data collection methods. It's worth noting that it's an exploratory study because the reason that the research involves a current problematic as dissertation is. The methods to employ to collect information shows behavior primary data. Also, initially, the research is descriptive and it reveals a behavior but behavior cross-sectional. Mainly, it's a field research. And this is a way to show you how or where is the research stage. So the first one is carry out a poll in order to know what specific topics in the UPT Sogamoso faculty students from systems engineering career fields that need support. And another one is to recollect data from the pool and implement the enough information what concerns basic math concepts necessary for the differential calculus course, design of some initial prototypes of the software using balsamic wireframes program, and through of some interviews identify what is the lacking to add. Implementation of the software in the UPTC students, specifically from systems engineering career, carry out another pool to the selected group of students from UPT Sogamoso faculty, which ones have used the software as support in the differential calculus course, and to analyze the recollected data from the aforementioned pool and identify if the software has been used as support. About the expected results, regarding the expected results, and the main result to expect of the implementation of this proposal is to reduce the first semester students from systems engineering career UPT Sogamoso faculty dissertation in the calculus course through an innovative support to acquire knowledge. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ivan, for your presentation, for sharing with us this space. You did very well. Let's have the word of Professor Lady Perez, who is the jury for Ivan. So, do you have any question or comment?
Well, so good morning, everybody, and special greetings for our viewers at YouTube. Well, so Ivan, I think that you have done a thorough job with your proposal. I like the idea how you are trying to implement technology into education, especially nowadays that technology has been one of our important sources or solutions in order to continue our normal life. So yeah, I think that is your proposal is innovative. Well, so I have a question about the software development. Have you taken into account any other software previously done, or is there any other maybe criterion that you have taken into account to develop this software?
Okay, so let's go with Ivan. Ivan, you over there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, my cell phone it's not working. Sorry. And so yeah, I consider another research that involves this problematic and see the impact to design and development of any program using ICTs as medium. And for example, let me remember one of the research that involves this problematic is one. Let me check it out. Sorry. For example, one is the educational software to facilitate the apprehension of the contents of software engineering. And this research shows how through a software how to support students from software engineering in designing a program and detect if this program could help them and the impact that it takes. So I think that's it, and
Okay, thank you, Van. Congratulations once again.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lady, for your comments, your question, and thank you, Ivan. Very good job. We know it is not easy and sometimes to explain this kind of topics, but well, you guys are doing a great job today. Okay, so how are things going in the chat box from YouTube? A special greeting to Administración Industrial, Administración de Empresas, Ingeniería de Minas, Administración Turística y Hotelera from Duitama, Contaduría Pública, Ingeniería Electrónica, and also Finanzas y Comercio Internacional. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you for attending. Thank you for your participation. Maybe you can answer what semester are you in. That would be really interesting to know the semesters our students are attending and the reasons why they are over here. Okay, so let's continue now with this presentation. It is entitled National Government Aids to Develop the Exporting Potential of the Artisan Sector in Ráquira, Boyacá. This proposal is done by Jonathan Steven Leal. He is an 8th semester student of Finance and International Trade at Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia from Sogamoso. His main research interests are social development through international trade and the trade policy of the countries. We also have Natalia Valentina López Salcedo. She's an 8th semester student of Finance and International Trade at Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia as well, and a SENA technician in accounting and finance. And finally, we have Aleki López, who is currently a student of 8th semester Finances and International Trade at Uptc as well. Some of his topics of interest are to investigate about policies, economics, and international trade. So the jury for this presentation is going to be Professor Fedra Martinez. So, well, the floor is yours. Let's go with video number 7.
Good morning, everyone. We are going to present our project to you. Our group is composed by Karin Chaparro, Alejeki Lopez, Natalia Lopez, and me, Jonathan Leal. Well, the title of the project is Aids that the national and departmental government should apply to develop the exporting potential of the artisan sector in Ráquira, Boyacá. Okay, to start, the abstract that synthesizes our project is: it is important to investigate what aids the national, departmental, and local government should apply to the handicraft sector of the municipality of Ráquira, since the lack of export processes is due to the lack of interest of the government and artisans. It can be observed in the lack of training and therefore the lack of knowledge to comply with the export requirements. And basically, our project begins with a contextualization of the artisan sector in Ráquira to know how it is currently and what challenges it faces to export the crafts. And finally, an analysis is carried out to identify what aid the government should provide to this sector. And this research project is not only part of an analysis, but also seeks to promote studies in the sectors of the economy so that more attention is paid by the national, departmental, and local government, so that in the future greater income is generated in the country as a result of unusual exports, in addition to diversifying Colombia's export baskets. On the other hand, the keywords of the project are subsidy, handicrafts, economy, export potential, and artisans.
In Colombia, there are many communities that earn their income from handicrafts. Most of these communities are considered vulnerable, as indigenous, Afro-descendants, or pedestrians. This sector of the economy is one of the most fragile in the country. The artisans in Ráquira have learned their skills from a cultural heritage developed from generation to generation. The handicrafts have a lot of human work. For that reason, those are so unique and expensive. Most of the artisans have family businesses which do not keep record of sales, costs, profit, losses, and not production capacity. This lack of figures is a contributing factor for this vulnerability. They don't know what their production capacity is and how much it costs them. They cannot compete against large companies that manufacture, imitate products in an unregulated market.
Well, now the objectives. The general objective that guides and gives purpose to our project is to determine the subsidy that the national and departmental government should apply to develop the artisan sector's export potential in Ráquira, Boyacá. Now the three specific objectives that will help achieve the general objective are: first, to characterize the artisan sector and the export potential of Ráquira, Boyacá. This objective seeks to expose more closely how the artisan sector is in Ráquira.
The second specific objective is to identify the main obstacles and costs that Ráquira village faces in export processes. So this objective is established to identify the challenges faced by exporters of handicraft in Ráquira. And the third is to analyze what meets the needs of the artisan sector of Ráquira village in the export processes.
I'm going to talk about the theoretical framework. Our project was based on different studies and statistics that show how economic activity is in the country. As can be seen in the first graph, the artisan registered by department are showing the Sistema de Información Estadística de la Actividad Artesanal. As the census showed, the department of Boyacá is one of the regions with the greatest participation in this sector, which is why it's a fundamental factor in the research. The commercial and cultural potential that it has will be shown. Finally, in the conceptual framework, we have two important concepts. First is handcraft. Handcraft products are tools produced by artisans, either entirely by hand or with the aid of hand tools, and subsidy is a form of financial aid of support extent to an economic sector generally with the objective of promoting certain economic and social policies.
Now I'm going to talk about the methodology. Well, the research methodology for our project is based the research problem, objectives, research design, methodology details, sample procedure, and analysis. For this reason, this will be qualitative, descriptive, documentary, and non-experimental study, so that we can analyze the effectiveness of the hypothesis formulated in the development of the project. In addition, for the sample of our research, we will take into account the general population of the municipality of Ráquira, more specifically the entrepreneurs dedicated to the elaboration and commercialization of handicraft. Well, the data collection of this sample will be carried out through interviews so that we can determine the general perception of the handicraft sector in this place. Finally, the data obtained will be analyzed to draw conclusions and answer our research question.
As expected results, we estimate the next outcomes in our research investigation. First, find out cost average of production, revenue, and bottom line in order to create a tailor-made aid process for Ráquira. Second, provide technical support to the family businesses in exporting process. In that way, improve the quality of life of Ráquira citizens. And third, suggest the correct measures to the local and national government related to economical aids required to boost the economical growth of Ráquira village.
All right, thank you, Jonathan, Natalia, and Aleki, for your presentation. Let's give the word to Professor Fedra.
Okay, hello, everybody. It's nice to see you, how young students are getting interested in this type of topics. And let me congratulate you on your hard work. It is not a piece of cake to lead a research and listen this type of topics. Very nice. Okay, now I got a question, and it is related obviously about how young you are. Your idea, where did the idea, or much better, but how did this idea come to your minds? What was the first idea about this topic?
Okay, so let's go with Jonathan, Natalia, or Aleki. Who wants to speak?
Well, okay. Let me ask the question once and again. What called your attention about this topic?
Good morning, everyone. We decided to choose this topic, more specifically Ráquira, because we see the great power or the great potential that it has in the artisan sector. And we want that the government pay more attention on the artisans in Ráquira. Because sadly the government does not support it enough, so we want to give visibility. And why not diversifying the export basket, as we mentioned in our exposition, through the export of these products, in which Colombia have a great potential, have a great advantage, competitive advantage more specifically. So that is the reason because we choose Ráquira and its artisans. Thank you.
Okay, very nice. Thank you, Jonathan. That's a great answer, because as I told you before, this is a little bit strange to see people interested in this type of topics. My congrats. Thank you very much.
Okay, Thank you, Professor Pedro, and thank you.
Okay, my pleasure.
Well, so let's continue now. I see there are several comments on the chat box like 6th semester, 8th semester, 4th. Well, there is a huge variety of like semesters in this toggle. So we hope you guys are learning a lot and you are like practicing, like seeing your partners and well, basically enjoying this event. Maybe you can also answer, why do you consider it's important to conduct research? No? The best answers I will like share with you in the next presentation. So let's continue. We have presentation number 8, which is entitled Pandemic Times, Causes and Consequences of Students' Connectivity Problems at Universidad, Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia, Sogamoso. Sounds really interesting, no? And this proposal is done by Juanita Zanabria Sáenz. She is Assistant Engineering and Computers student of 4 semesters at Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia. Her research interests are oriented to the area of communications and technology. And the jury for this presentation is Professor Angela Maria Niño. So let's give the floor to Juanita to present.
Hello, my name is Juanita Zanabria Sáenz, and today I'm going to talk about pandemic times, causes and consequences of students' connectivity problems at Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia, Sogamoso. During online study caused by the current pandemic, one of the most critical issues for students is internet connection. As a result of this, quality in the lectures given in almost every university has decreased. Therefore, the meaning of this research is to recognize the causes and consequences of students' connectivity problems at Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia, Sogamoso. The first step to achieve the project goal is to have a better idea of the difficulties that affect students directly. This will be made through the analysis of qualitative information taken from the sample of students of 4th semester of Computer and Systems Engineering of our campus. After that, we ought to seek for the government solutions proposed regarding to this trouble and how have they applied them to the most affected areas in the department land. Finally, we will analyze how these solutions have helped the students located in the countryside to improve their academic process. For the problem statement, due to COVID-19, in Colombia, universities and schools were forced to go to online classes and to use different technological resources to continue with their educational process. Countries with limited internet access and low broadband capacity and low online learning opportunities are likely to be drastically restricted, especially in rural areas. So in our country, which still struggle with the advancement of technology and internet access, the problem highly affects all Colombian students' learning. The main purpose of this proposal is to find the reasons and consequences of the deficiency in communications that Colombian students have nowadays because of the pandemic. For the objectives, the main objective of this research is to identify the causes and consequences of students' connectivity problems at Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia, Sogamoso. To enumerate the major problems of connectivity of the students, to recognize the different proposed projects by the government to minimize the impact of the pandemic in matter of communication, and to expose the consequences of the pandemic into the online academic development of students. For the theoretical framework, the impact of COVID-19 has reached every sector of society, from political to economic and academic. Many countries have a low dropout rate due to COVID-19. However, this dropout rate tends to increase. Many young people may not go back to school at all to continue with their studies. Pandemic in a country like Colombia adds more complexity to university education. The lack of resources and the loss of public funding are just one of the many education problems in our country. As a study cannot be complete in person, virtually is the only option to continue with the educational process at the moment. This represents an even more serious problem since in Colombia 50% of households do not have internet connection. In addition to this, rural internet coverage in Colombia is less than 10%. Through statistical data processing using qualitative methodology, the necessary information will be analyzed to identify the causes and consequences of problems in students' connectivity. What we expected by the application of this research is to identify the real problems that affect the students of the Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia, Sogamoso, presents during the development of their academical process in this scenario of pandemic in matter of communication and access to technology, and how this affect the way that they learn. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Juanita. Let's give the word to Professor Ángela María Niño, who is the jury of this presentation.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Juanita, very interesting topic that you gave us. Now, according to those statistics and all that you let us know, how do you think university can help beyond those connectivity facilities they have done at university? So for you, which could be the help students can have from the university?
Hello. Well, I think that the help that the university can give to the students is pay more attention to the real problems that affect the students directly in matter of communication and technological resources. I think that a lot of students doesn't have the opportunity to have computer and access to a good internet connection. So it's, for me, really important that the university pay attention to the problems that affect students, especially located in the countryside of our department. Yeah.
Okay, Juanita, and what about those students in rural areas? If they have really serious problems with connectivity, and for the university might be a problem that, so because it is very difficult in rural area.
Yeah, in fact, in Colombia, just the 10% of the rural areas in our country has coverage of internet. So I think that maybe the university has to work with the government of our department to help those students that are located in rural areas with a really, really bad connection of internet connection. So it's really difficult to for the university to find the students that have those problematics and to help with technological resources. But I think that if they work with the department and with the government of the department, I think that we can like help those students that have that problematics.
Thank you very much, and let me congratulate you. You have a very good English, yes, pronunciation and all that. Fluent English. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Angela, for your comments, for your questions, and being the jury of Juanita, and also thank you, Juanita, for your presentation. It's really interesting, and I think we all feel like related to this in these pandemic times, no? Well, okay, so I'm seeing in the chat box that we have students from Professor Lisette, from Professor Viviana, from Professor Lady, from Professor Eric Albeiro, and from Professor Johan. Well, I don't know who he is. And some comments. Julian Perez says, research is important since it allows to expand people's knowledge in a concrete and accurate way, thus opening possibilities of all kinds, such as the cultural, social, and business fields, okay? It's really interesting to see your comments, guys. So we invite you to continue answering and interacting with us. Let's continue with presentation number 9. I think it is number 9. And this is, give me a second. I'm going to check it out. Yeah, okay. We have a presentation entitled Financial Education in First Semester Students at Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia in Sogamoso. This is presented by Paula Alejandra Salamanca Correa and G. Catalina Salamanca Correa as well. So, Paula Alejandra Salamanca is currently a 5th semester student of the Business Administration program at Uptc Sogamoso, and Angie Catalina Salamanca is currently an 8th semester student of the Finance and International Trade program at Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia in Sogamoso as well. The jury for this presentation is going to be Professor Albeiro Gomez. So let's go with video number 9.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to introduce my partner and sister, Angie Salamanca, and me, Paula Alejandra Salamanca. We are students of Finance and International Trade and Business Administration. Today we are going to talk about financial education in first semester students at Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia in Sogamoso. This research study focuses on identifying the benefits of financial education in first semester students at the Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia in Sogamoso, since students have little basis for the management of their finances. Given that they don't make proper use of the money they get either from their parents or the work. Therefore, it is evident that they have not been given the importance of implementing a subject related to this area that would allow them to acquire sufficient basis to contribute to good financial practices for their development. A descriptive study will be carried out in a random sample of students from different undergraduate programs at the Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia in Sogamoso. Perform a mixed analysis since the research will be present in 3 stages. It is expected to provide the students with tools that will allow them to acquire knowledge on this topic in order to contribute to make adequate decisions in the financial field throughout their lives. Continuing with the problem statement. Educational institutions, universities, and parents have provided education on various topics, but some of the most important aspects have been left aside. This issue is related to the knowledge about our finances proper management. This type of education must be dependent especially at the university environment where young people begin to acquire responsibilities with their money at an early age. For this reason, this problem is highlighted as the young university students' lack of knowledge about the management of their finances and the products offered by the financial system. The general objective is to identify the benefits of financial education in first semester students at the Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia, Sogamoso. The specific objectives. The first is to determine the reasons for students' lack of knowledge about financial education. The second is to identify the negative effects of the lack of financial education. And the third is to design a financial pedagogical strategy in first semester students at the Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia in Sogamoso. Within the theoretical framework, it should be noted that the first known research on personal finance was conducted in 1920 by Heisenberg. His doctoral thesis at the Universidad de Chicago laid the foundation the consumer economics and home economics. On the other hand, the Universidad Javeriana Nacional en Externado conducted a study to demonstrate the decision-making of young people regarding the interest rates that best suited them for the acquisition of a loan and showed the lack of knowledge on these issues. Finally, it is important to know the term financial education defined by Banco de la República as the process through which individuals develop the values, knowledge, skills, and behaviors necessary to make responsible financial decisions. Continue with the methodology. The research will be developed through a mixed analysis, that is to say both qualitative and quantitative, and will be carried out in 3 stages described below. In the stage 1, data collection will be carried out through survey applied to first semester students at the Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia in Sogamoso, chosen through a random sample. In the stage 2, the analysis of the results obtained in the previous stage will be carried out and the diagnosis will be determined. And in the stage 3, the strategy to be implemented at the Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia in Sogamoso will be designed. Finally, the expected results. To provide the design of an adequate pedagogical strategy, taking into account the needs of students entering at the Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia in Sogamoso to acquire the necessary knowledge about financial education. Thank you for your attention.
All right. Thank you, Paula and Angie, for your presentation, for sharing with us your proposal and your work. So let's give the word to Professor Albeiro Gomez, who is the jury of this presentation, to talk.
Okay, good morning, all and sundry. It's very necessary for us to have a proper idea of having considerable financial situation at homes or even our lives. So I have a question to ask, ladies. What is your opinion on training people at early ages, it is to say children and youngsters, to have self-conscious people when investing in the near future?
Okay, so
good morning. Sorry, can you repeat me?
Hey, Paula. Thanks for your job. It's interesting. I think that you have already made a great effort. But my question is this. What is your opinion on training people at early ages, such as children, to become self-conscious people in the near future to invest or to make proper use the money they got?
Okay, in my opinion, I consider that it's important that every people to acquire this knowledge because not only it's important for a professional, also it's important for our lives. And in the young people also because many persons don't know how to start their credit life and to take better decisions in this issue. For this reason, I think that it's important that all person all people to acquire this knowledge.
Yeah, thanks. I think that your idea might be focused on these points as well. Yeah, not to work only with students for first semester, but people at large indeed. But it's interesting and engaging your work. Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Professor. And thank you to the student who responded. All right, so let's continue. Let's read some comments from students who replied to the question about what's the importance of like conducting or carrying out research. We have a comment from Sergio Albarracin. He says, because it helps in the professional development of students as well as helping to create new knowledge with critical bases that are fundamental part of growth as students in specific topics. Interesting, thank you, Sergio. We have Jamie Alejandra Quintana who says, the importance of research lies in the possibility of knowing, experimenting, investigating and putting into practice knowledge acquired from the search for possible solutions to problems related to challenges of the environment around us, which is something we have been discussing throughout the whole event. We have Lorena Estupiñán who says, the research arises from curiosity, often helps us to solve problems or to recognize about certain topics that we don't know. In other words, research provides us with knowledge. And, well, we have also Lisette Ramirez comments, who says, that is so important, you definitely should work with the Curriculum Council to make it happen. Financial education is the base for a well-organized life. Really nice job, Ara. And this is about this project, and this is like the comment that she did to the students. Thank you all for your comments, thank you all for your participation. We're going to have the last round of videos from students, and after that we will have the complementary session. So let's continue with this presentation, which is entitled Devising a Counseling Training and Financial Office for Finance and International Trade Senior Students at Sogamoso, Uptc. And this is done by Lady Catalina Morales Galvis, Darixa Carolina Cristancho Quintana, and Sara Sofia Olmos Moreno. They are, Darixa Carolina, she studies Finance and International Trade since 2018 at UPTC. She currently studies 5th English language level and likes integrating languages, culture, history, finance, and trade in a proper learning process, as should be the case. Catalina Morales, she studies Finance and International Trade in 5th term. She is in 5th level of English and likes business and to stay abreast all updated world business information. And we also have Sara Sofia Olmos. She is a student of Finance and International Trade at UPTC. She's also known in 5th term. She's also like in the 5th semester. She considers a good chance to involve innovation and globalization in business. So the jury of this presentation is going to be Professor Erika Prieto. So let's go with video number 10.
Good morning. Today we are going to talk about our project called Devising a Counseling Training and Financial Office for Finance and International Trade Senior Students at Sogamoso UPTC. The members of my group are Catalina Morales, Sofia Olmos, and including myself, Darixa Cristancho. First, let's introduce with the abstract. This project aims to be a tool for finance and international trade senior students at UPTC to put into practice their theoretical knowledge for us, and Sandri, who asks for special help with regards to financial matters. It's a research proposal that seeks itself to have a significant impact on the present and the future the financial students and people at large who want to get a business consultancy no matter what academic program or relationship they may have at UPTC. The creation of a financial office under these scopes would be a contribution that bring myriad benefits for all campus communities due to the relevance finance and international trade senior students have when it comes to using their field wisdom into commendable counseling, education, and economical freedom people may need. Now, it's important to know the keywords like financial office, senior students, finance, and campus communities.
So, about the problem statement, how to create the creation of a counseling, training, and financial office may contribute to improving the professional activity in finance and international trade senior students at UPTC Sogamoso, Boyacá. Well, the overall object is to promote the creation of a counseling financial office that may benefit the laboral and professional activity in finance and international trade senior students of UPTC Sogamoso, Boyacá. In this order, the specific objectives are first, to demonstrate the relevance and the impact on benefits that financial counseling may have for the UPTC in Sogamoso. The second, to raise awareness about personal finance in the students from diverse academic programs at UPTC Sogamoso. The theoretical framework, the first theory is given by De Ferraro and Lopez, 2019, cited in Financial Superintendence of Colombia, 2019, in which exposed that the financial culture in Colombia is a low levels demonstrated by a bad consumption habits and bad financial decisions. In the other hand, if Colombia had a high-level financial culture, it will generate benefits for the economy of people and societies. Also, people will make financial decisions with greater knowledge and will have habits of formal savings.
Well, the second post that it's quite important that people learn to use money because of everyone needs all days. For people, it isn't simple because of thinking of having a linear income. It's already ingrained. The idea that money is for a month or 15 days, it's because they think that money come again. It becomes in a cycle in which people won't have financial growth due to they don't know how can they change their patterns. By Largo, 2017.
From the third theory, this we could say that these universities have realized that it's important to the higher education institution to create spaces where students accumulate experience, inevitably develop skills and abilities. In fact, most universities generate strategies that provide theoretical practical knowledge for students. And in Colombia, there are many institutions that have developed pedagogical spaces that aim to strengthen the academic preparation of students, whose essence is that students come from theoretical knowledge with practice, faced with the real professional situations. Henceforth, we're gonna talk about the methodology. So, in this case, the methodology is the type of study. To carry out this project of devising a counseling, training, and financial office for finance and international trade senior students at Sogamoso UPTC to provide advice and consulting to students, administrators, and teachers free of charge, advice that will have academic support and the student component to extend the labor skills of students in the senior semester of finance and international trade program.
It's important to define the type of study to be addressed in the office design. For this, qualitative research with an exploratory approach that will be used because it's a starting point to build a theoretical frame of reference where there is a relationship with the topic to be developed and the basic documents are attached.
Well, the research method for this research project is focused on the inductive method. From the conceptual aspect, Mendes 2019 affirms inductions allow the researcher to start from the observation of phenomena or particular situations that frame the research problem. In this regard, the project started from a situation observed in universities, the need for creation of a financial office which seeks to articulate the training process of finance and international trade students of UPTC. In turn, Martinez, 1918, states inductive reasoning is a relationship of judgments that goes from the particular to the general. In inductive inference, one starts from particular judgments to make a leap and conclude with the universal judgments. For this reason, the general conclusions is reached after a particular observation process where there is a direct relationship with the exploratory method.
Well, so information gathering techniques, survey and interview. For the collection of information, the survey is because the survey technique is widely used as research science. It allows obtaining and preparing data quickly and efficiently. Survey will be applied on students, teachers, and officials Uptc Sogamoso, looking to demonstrate the relevance and the impact on benefits of the financial office. With the survey, we pretend to answer the objective to demonstrate the relevance and the benefits that financial consulting may have for the population at Pedagógica University of Colombia in Sogamoso. In addition, interviews with senior students of finance and international trade will be used signs as question pro, point out, and interview offers detailed information on the subject being studied, in which it is instant to raise awareness about the importance of applying theoretical knowledge about personal finance to people who require it. With this interview, we pretend to answer the to raise awareness about personal finance in the students from different academic programs at Pedagogical and the University of Colombia, Sogamoso. The main results that we'll expect with provided in the office of such value will be a large number of students from different professions who don't have proper knowledge about the topics that types of consultations may offer are expected to go. It will be a place that gets more relevance for students, administratives, and teachers over time. We notice about the new openings that they could have when it comes to looking for financiation about their economic project and goals. They also realize the relevance of personal finance about their life and contribution to optimal results in the decision-making process. It is expected that the development of financial skills in student advisors would be more comprehensive and at the same time successful when the knowledge they learn kicks itself into action to learn more in order to provide good students will be able to gain more experience upon managing real-life financial situations with mindful strategies and methods of solution.
Finally, these are our reference, like you can see. It was a pleasure to share our project with you. If there is any doubt, it's time to do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carolina, Catalina, and Sofia, for your proposal, for your presentation. Really interesting. And now let's give the word to Professor Erika Prieto, who is the jury of this presentation.
Hey, good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to congratulate you guys, Carolina, Catalina, and Sara. This is such an interesting and important topic, and I have two questions for you. The first one is, why do you think is it important to have a financial education, especially regarding young people?
Okay, so who wants to answer? Carolina, Catalina, or Sofia?
Sara.
Well, Sara, Sofia, no?
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your congrats. I answered your question. I think young people may know that the phrase live in the present or you only live once is not complete. We must think that we only live twice. Our life of young boys and the life where you're looking for a way to live on money or you seek financial freedom. The people when he's adult, they seek for financial freedom, and this is a way to generate a space that where the young people know the tools or the knowledge about financials matters.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is, are you planning just to open an office, or did you ever think about offering workshops or conferences about the topic for the community, for the whole community, not just for the students of your major, but for the whole community of the Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia?
Okay, so good morning. Looking to answer you, we are thinking in a consultant office for the community for Uptc, like students, teachers, administrative, whole the community that could come to the office and get advising, consulting, but also it's looking to train the students, the senior students, before the professional life. Thank you.
Thank you, Catalina, for your answer. It was a really good project, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Erika, and thank you, Carolina, Catalina, and Sarah, for your presentation. This was the last one that we had in terms of students, and now we are going to have our second plenary session. It's going to be absolutely interesting. Thank you all the people who is still in the chat box through YouTube, who are in YouTube, and also the ones who are here in Meet. For the next station. All right. Okay, guys, please stay connected. We're going to have 1 minute of rest so that we can fix some things in terms of the technical issues here in our presentation. So please stay connected in YouTube, stay connected over there. We're going to be back in 1 minute, and we continue with the second plenary session. Okay, hello again. Thank you guys for being here, for staying. Now we're going to have the second plenary session. So this is going to be done by Professor Sebastián Alvarado. So I'm going to read in Spanish. This is entitled La investigación en pregrado de los problemas comunes a las estrategias prácticas del profesor Sebastián. Bogotá 2018 y maestro en Artes Plásticas de la Universidad de Antioquia, Medellín 2013, con estudios preliminares en el Instituto Departamental de Bellas Artes de Cali 2006 a 2009, artista nominado al Premio Sara Modiano para las Artes, Barranquilla 2017, dentro del Programa Nacional de Estímulos del Ministerio de Cultura ha sido merecedor de distinción de honor con el proyecto Mosca, Abeja y Recipiente, Jorge Acero en la beca de investigación monográfica de arte en Colombia 2018 y ha sido ganador en la beca de circulación internacional para artistas de trayectoria intermedia, Buenos Aires 2015. Dentro de su trayectoria destacan las exposiciones individuales Archivo Latinoamérica. Sus intereses de producción e investigación se centran en los estudios visuales contemporáneos, en la historia y la teoría del arte, las ideas y el cuerpo, así como en el psicoanálisis, la lingüística, la semiótica y la semiología. Actualmente dirige el semillero Objeto de Psicoanálisis y Arte Contemporáneo en la Fundación Universitaria Juan de Castellanos de Tunja, institución a la que está adscrito como docente. Muchísimas gracias, profesor Sebastián, por acompañarnos en este evento, por ser partícipe y por colaborarnos con toda esta disposición. La palabra es para usted.
No, muchísimas gracias a ustedes y muchas gracias al Grupo de Investigación Multidisciplinar en Cultura y Lenguas Extranjeras, al evento que ustedes están organizando y por supuesto a los estudiantes y toda la gente que está del otro lado de la pantalla. Siempre será pues un placer y un gusto y sobre todo un honor para mí poder colaborar y ser partícipe de este tipo de eventos. Pues bueno, de antemano, pues una vez realizado este agradecimiento, quiero solicitarles disculpas si se llega a presentar alguna interferencia de sonido o alguna eventualidad que se escape de mis manos. Sin embargo, pues no siendo más, démosle paso a este cierre del evento. Bueno. ¿Alguien me confirma, por favor, si ya está viendo mi pantalla? Ya. Listo, perfecto. Bueno, entonces el propósito de esta conferencia va a ser simple. Vamos a abordar la investigación en pregrado y vamos a abordar como subtema de los problemas comunes a las estrategias prácticas. Esta conferencia está estructurada en unos diálogos que he tenido precisamente desde la academia y con la academia, así como en la producción independiente. He trabajado en investigación desde que era estudiante y eso me ha permitido de una u otra manera moverme con ciertas estrategias y entender determinados preceptos y construir, por supuesto, unas dinámicas en torno a la investigación como una práctica del saber. En este caso, pues entonces abordaremos ese tema pasando de los problemas comunes a las estrategias prácticas. En ese sentido, vamos a tener en cuenta que cuando hablamos de la investigación estamos hablando de una práctica académica que es integral. Integral en la medida en que nos permite complementar, que nos permite retomar, potenciar y fortalecer habilidades y competencias en distintas áreas de estudio y del saber. Hay que tener en cuenta que cuando hablamos de una práctica académica no es una práctica menor, de hecho es la práctica académica, es una dinámica, dijéramos, que permite articular todas esas predisposiciones que se han aprendido desde las formaciones básicas hasta, dijéramos, el escenario de la proposición. Hay que tener en cuenta que la investigación siempre se mueve en el escenario de la proposición académica, es decir, no basta con revisar, no basta con consultar, si estamos deteniéndonos allí, eso es apenas una primera instancia. En ese sentido, vamos a tener en cuenta que eso que yo he llamado predisposición siempre es parte de nosotros, y no es predisposición porque el sistema educativo nos lo implante en nosotros, sino porque nosotros estamos como humanos y de hecho es un precepto científico, estamos de una u otra manera instados, motivados por el saber y sobre todo por descubrir. Entonces, en ese orden de ideas, la investigación está estructurada, ¿cierto?, allí, en el querer descubrir. Entonces, una de las primeras cosas que vamos a permitirnos nosotros revisar dentro de la conferencia es qué es la investigación, precisamente desde esta parte que acabo de mencionar. Posteriormente, seguiremos el hilo de la conversación en torno a cómo evitar los problemas comunes. Siempre hay unos problemas que se nos asoman, se nos hacen identificables y paulatinamente van apareciendo indistintamente si eres un profesional con bastante campo y experiencia dentro de la investigación o si apenas empiezas a investigar. Entonces, en ese sentido hay que tener como una cierta rigurosidad y disciplina para no perderse, por ejemplo, en el tema, ¿no? Que eso es una cosa muy, muy frecuente. Nos interesan tanto a veces las cosas que terminamos llegando a avanzar en circular y pues en últimas no terminamos de concretar ese interés. En ese orden de ideas luego exploraremos en una tercera parte de la conferencia cómo mejorar las prácticas investigativas. Si ustedes lo notan, en ese sentido o en estos aspectos que vengo comentando, me permito de una u otra manera resolver preguntas. Y es que para dar paso a la primera respuesta, ¿qué es la investigación? Es resolver preguntas. Pero no son preguntas que ya estén allí, no son preguntas preexistentes, son preguntas que nosotros nos formulamos. De una u otra manera, cuando nosotros queremos hacer investigación, nos metemos donde nadie lo ha llamado, como dicen las mamás, ¿cierto? ¿Qué necesidad tenía? Nadie nos insta a meternos allá. Eso es una de las claves de la investigación, proponer preguntas, ¿cierto? E intentar resolverlas en la medida en que no se hayan resolvido ya. De lo contrario, es un ejercicio de referenciación. Entonces, para darle un contexto a la conferencia, vamos a poner, dijéramos, de relieve que esta es una práctica estructural dentro de los sistemas académicos. Por supuesto, dentro de la educación superior, pues va a ser quizás como la práctica más demandante y más estrategia para permitir, como lo venía diciendo desde antes, articular habilidades y competencias en función, ojo con esto, del desplazamiento de los saberes. Quiero hacer énfasis en esto. Cuando la investigación simplemente está retomando sobre los precedentes, los antecedentes o el marco teórico y nos está permitiendo la voz del autor de desplazar lo preexistente, lo que ya hay o lo ya dicho, no hay investigación. En ese sentido, vamos a tener en cuenta que ese desplazamiento va a funcionar dentro de los campos de estudio dentro de los cuales nosotros nos movamos, indistintamente si son ingenierías, si son ciencias humanas, si son disciplinas científicas, sino que además está permitiendo ese desplazamiento de los saberes, los diálogos transdisciplinares. De hecho, es una bonita sorpresa para mí permitirme señalar, ¿cierto?, que el grupo de investigación multidisciplinar en cultura y lenguas extranjeras está de una u otra manera respondiendo a este contexto que estoy aquí señalando o permitiéndome comunicarles a ustedes. Entonces, los diálogos transdisciplinares siempre van a ser clave en la medida en que las disciplinas no son islas. Es decir, por curioso, por extraño que nos parezca, todo aquello que parece que no tenga conexión siempre está conectado. La manera que debemos nosotros proponer es encontrar la ruta precisamente para permitir ese diálogo. Por otro lado, entonces vamos a permitir entender que esas dinámicas actuales de la era mediática de la información nos suponen algunos problemas que son comunes a todas las investigaciones y que paulatinamente con la experticia o con el escenario que se tiene de relación con el mismo ejercicio investigativo se van superando paulatinamente, pero siempre nos están planteando algunos problemas comunes. ¿Cuáles serían? Se evidencian unas falencias tanto en la formación como en la actitud ante el rol investigativo. ¿A qué me refiero? Como lo venía diciendo desde el principio, la investigación, pues entonces, de una u otra manera, potencia esas predisposiciones del saber, de explorar y del descubrir. Lo que pasa es que los sistemas educativos, sabemos muchísimas veces, y nos lo decía Foucault, pueden ser de una u otra manera unas instancias condicionantes, es decir, no piense, no opine, no descubra. Pero más allá de eso, hay unas falencias, dijéramos, que son mucho más de cuna y más de base, y es que pareciera que nosotros estamos acostumbrados a repetir información y no a proponer. Ese es un grave problema para la investigación. Y por otro lado, la actitud que se asume entre el rol investigativo muchísimas veces, y creo que tanto docentes como estudiantes somos conscientes de eso, que de distintas maneras hay como cierta frialdad o cierta falta de calidez en torno a lo que se nos propone dentro de las prácticas de investigación. Muchísimas veces se siente casi que como un yugo, como una condena, como, oh, por Dios, llegué a metodología de la investigación. Y ahí hay una cosa muy curiosa, es decir, si nosotros como seres humanos, de hecho, desde el orden de lo biológico y lo científico, estamos predispuestos a descubrir el mundo desde pequeños, ¿por qué en un momento no queremos hacerlo más? ¿Sí? Ahí hay una cosa como muy curiosa. Entonces no es solamente de la formación del sistema, sino de la misma actitud que se asume ante el rol investigativo. Es decir, cuando uno llega a la investigación es precisamente como para poder descubrir el mundo desde una perspectiva diferente. Claro, evidentemente también hay referentes que siempre se estudian porque las cosas no parten desde cero, pero más allá de eso, ¿por qué dejamos de querer saber? Es una pregunta que vamos por allí dejando en el tintero. Y dentro de esa actitud, dijéramos que está fallando de una u otra manera, pues son partícipes tanto las comunidades académicas en el orden, dijéramos, de los distintos actores e incluso las familias, ¿no? Es decir, no pregunte bobadas. Muchísimas veces los niños preguntan cosas que son absolutamente difíciles de responder, ¿no? Como por ejemplo, ¿por qué las plantas son verdes? Si nos metemos en la disciplina científica y procuramos hacer una revisión de esas preguntas, que en apariencia son tontas, nos vamos a dar cuenta que no son tan así. Pasa lo mismo en la universidad, ¿no? Y me he enfrentado como docente con casos de estudiantes que tienen preguntas absolutamente interesantes, pero les da temor hacerlas, o se dan cuenta que de una u otra manera esa pregunta los va a poner en un ejercicio de indagar muchísimo más a fondo en sus intereses y les da miedo o temor también. Hay que perder esos roles de la pasividad, por decirlo así, hay que ser propositivos. Respecto a esto que vengo comentando, vamos a tener un ejemplo clave, y es que el uso de las herramientas y de las plataformas digitales en la era mediática de la información, obvio, siempre nos facilita la navegación, nos facilita la consulta y nos facilita el acceso a la información con una mayor inmediatez. El problema es que esto se nos convirtió como en una suerte de vicio, es decir, yo para qué pregunto, yo para qué indago, yo para qué propongo, yo para qué investigo si hay una cantidad de información en la red. Y lo más terrible de esto es que muchísimas veces es una información absolutamente superficial, ligera, light, que no está aportando, dijéramos, a una dinámica académica seria, rigurosa y disciplinada. Claro, si nosotros tenemos la conciencia de consulta y de acceso a una información académica, eso cambia, evidentemente cambia, y nos pone a pensar cosas. Sin embargo, los resultados derivados de ese efecto contemporáneo, de la inmediatez en el acceso a la información, nos ponen de relieve que hay un problema clave, y es la lectura crítica. Ese es uno de los graves problemas a los que nos enfrentamos en la era mediática de la información, en la era del Internet. Entonces, si nosotros no estamos leyendo con una perspectiva crítica aquello que consultamos, ¿cierto? Si no sabemos discernir entre un material informativo, un material académico y un material de entretenimiento, pues ahí hay graves problemas. Esto que pareciera, dijéramos, como algo que puede obviarse de señalar, no es tan así cuando estamos dentro de prácticas docentes o dentro de prácticas académicas y emergen esos problemas, pero con una frecuencia que es, dijéramos, casi que desbordante. El otro problema es que si no hay una lectura crítica, pues en consecuencia la argumentación va a fallar. Es decir, si la argumentación reflexiva no tiene una buena base, unos buenos precedentes, que sería en efecto la lectura crítica, la argumentación está en declive, está en un proceso, dijéramos, como problemático a tope, y por otro lado, pues que la proposición investigativa, pues en efecto, va a estar peor, ¿no? Entonces, ahí empiezan a descubrirse algunos problemas, y ya desde ese contexto vamos dándonos cuenta de pronto que algunas de esas cosas que conocemos como docentes, como estudiantes, y aquí habría que hacer un paréntesis mayor, los docentes siempre somos estudiantes, ¿no? Es decir, tú obtienes tu título, tú puedes obtener la maestría, el doctorado, pero siempre seguimos aprendiendo. Entonces el asunto sería como también saberse asumir como un estudiante continuo, como una persona con intereses desbordados de sí mismo y seguir, dijéramos, como en esa onda de proponer y de reflexionar el mismo mundo que a uno le interesa. No a todas las personas nos interesan los mismos temas, es evidente, pero es importante también que dentro de esos diálogos transdisciplinares pues nos permitamos exceder eso que a nosotros nos inquieta, nos motiva. Entonces, desde ese orden de ideas, pues ya estamos revelando algunos problemas, ¿cierto?, dentro del contexto que me permito revisar. Vamos a tener en cuenta que esos acercamientos a la investigación muchísimas veces resultan complejos, desgastantes y, por qué no decirlo, aburridos, particularmente porque su desarrollo implica el fortalecimiento de unas competencias y habilidades básicas que no suelen tener buenos precedentes de enseñanza o de trabajo en la formación básica, ¿no? Entonces, si un estudiante viene con problemas de lectura, pues en consecuencia la crítica va a fallar, la argumentación va a fallar. Y aquí hay que hacer como otra serie de comentarios, y es que la lectura no trata de pasar por los textos como pasar la mano por encima de una mesa. Los textos implican siempre, dijéramos, de una u otra manera, cierta rigurosidad y cierto ejercicio. Entonces, seguramente ustedes se habrán enfrentado a ese tipo de condiciones en donde creen que han leído, pero luego se dan cuenta que no, cuando se desglosa el texto, cuando se pone en relación con otros autores y referentes, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces, leer, dijéramos que es como uno de los principios de la investigación, pero hay que leer por obligación, hay que permitirse tener una relación, dijéramos, prácticamente erótica con la literatura, que nos permita entonces pues cuestionarnos, aprender y sobre todo proponer en una función posterior. ¿Sí? Entonces aquí hay, dijéramos, ya como dentro de ese contexto estamos poniendo de relieve, anotando algunos problemas o algunas cosas que van fallando, pero no fallan solamente cuando el estudiante llega a la universidad, viene fallando desde antes, y viene fallando también como la actitud que se tiene ante el rol investigativo dentro de las comunidades académicas, dentro de sus... Evidentemente esto no es una cosa, dijéramos, que pretenda cuestionar el mismo sistema, porque de una u otra manera todos los actores académicos estamos procurando cuando lo queremos, pero el asunto es, hombre, que no se nos quiten las ganas de saber. Es que eso es muy maluco, que un estudiante de una u otra manera se vea condicionado por toda una cantidad de cosas que vienen desde atrás, que a lo mejor, cierto, lo pusieron a leer en el colegio, unos documentos o unos textos o unos libros que no eran ni siquiera para su psicología o para su edad, y ahora le cae gordo cualquier texto. Entonces, de una u otra manera, para empezar a contextualizar, debemos empezar a desaprender también una cantidad de malas prácticas y a potenciar en donde estamos regular o mal. En ese sentido, superando el contexto, pues entonces, ¿qué es la investigación? La investigación, como ya lo vengo enunciando, ¿cierto? Pues es un ejercicio que está estructurado en resolver preguntas, en plantear y resolver preguntas en función de descubrir o de postular, ¿sí? Ojo, descubrir o postular. En ese sentido, es un ejercicio siempre propositivo. Nunca se detiene en la referencia, nunca se detiene en la consulta, nunca se detiene en la descripción. Ustedes preguntarán entonces qué pasa con las investigaciones de tipo descriptivo. Siempre, en todo momento, aparece la voz de autor. De lo contrario, es solamente un ejercicio de recopilación de datos, y eso es cualquier otra cosa menos investigar. Entonces, la recopilación de datos es solamente parte del proceso de la investigación, no es en todo la investigación. Entonces, esos dos verbos quedan, dijéramos, de una u otra manera señalados dentro del rol y dentro de la acción de investigar, ¿no? Que es descubrir y postular. Es decir, es un ejercicio académico propositivo dentro del orden de plantear y resolver preguntas. Como mínimo, son preguntas que se vienen repitiendo desde los filósofos clásicos griegos, es decir, venimos hablando del qué, cómo, cuándo, por qué, para qué, y seguramente en metodología de la investigación nosotros encontramos que esas preguntas aparecen, ¿cierto?, en ese terrible y odioso documento que nos lo ponen allí como el anteproyecto. Puede sonar lo que sea, pero el anteproyecto nos da de una u otra manera un norte, un propósito y un sentido de investigar. En ese sentido, todos esos requerimientos y esas rigurosidades de los documentos que a veces nos parecieran como un poquito el coco, pues tienen un sentido de ser, ¿no? Y evidentemente cuando uno va avanzando en ese proceso le va encontrando un perfil de sabor, de gusto y de interés a un tema al que llega, porque nadie se lo haya exigido, nadie le pone una pistola en la cabeza para que llegue allá, nadie lo mete de cabeza, nada. Entonces uno le va encontrando como ese gusto en la medida que avance, claro, siempre y cuando quiera postular y proponer, ¿no? Descubrir. En función de eso, pues démonos cuenta que el título, por ejemplo, pues nos está planteando resolver el qué, ¿cierto? ¿Por qué, el para qué, la metodología, el cómo, etcétera? Entonces esas preguntas, que son preguntas clásicas del pensamiento, que repito, vienen desde los filósofos clásicos griegos hasta la actualidad, siempre estarán presentes en la investigación. Entonces hacia allí va la investigación, a proponer la complejidad de unas preguntas y resolverlas bajo la mirada del autor o del investigador. No hay otra manera, ¿sí? Si nosotros estamos recapitulando, y ya ahorita llegaré a esa parte, tratando un poquito a Kant, nos vamos a dar cuenta que solamente estamos recuperando las voces de terceros, no estamos de una u otra manera permitiendo que aflore la razón, y eso es terrible. Entonces, la investigación trata de articular acciones, y es una práctica que está triangulada, como les dije. La referenciación es un paso, es decir, siempre hay un precedente. La argumentación, ¿cierto? Esos referentes, esos precedentes, ese marco contextual, teórico, legislativo, ¿cierto? Como quiera que se subdivida, pues empieza a tener necesariamente que se exige a sí mismo que se argumente, es decir, no está simplemente allí haciéndose el ejercicio de barrido de información y disponiendo dentro de un texto, sino que eso debe ser argumentado. ¿Para qué? Para finalmente postular. Entonces, en ese caso, la práctica de la investigación está triangulada entre la referenciación, la argumentación y la postulación. Son tres cosas básicas, ¿cierto?, que de una u otra manera nos permiten entender que la investigación siempre es propositiva, ¿no? En ese sentido, pues entonces nosotros nos hacemos preguntas, nos planteamos unas preguntas básicas en función de resolverlas, evidentemente, y de pensar y de trabajar en red, ¿no? Entonces se trata, como les dije, de articular acciones, y en ese sentido, pues nosotros nos encontramos ante es decir, siempre nos vamos a permitir entender eso como una articulación de pequeñas acciones en función de la proposición o del descubrir. Pareciera que ese ejercicio de proponer o descubrir en una etapa, es decir, estamos en el 2021 después de Cristo, pareciera que se pone en riesgo o en duda siempre, por ejemplo, bajo la mirada analítica del tema o del mismo problema de investigación. Entonces, si bien puede que nos parezca que no hay cosas nuevas por comentar, por decir, por descubrir, por indagar, los mismos temas van a permitirnos, nos van a ofrecer, nos van a seducir con otros distintos perfiles para que los podamos abordar. En ese caso, pues sería importante que nosotros pensemos en la gestión del saber, ¿no? Y aquí habría que diferenciar entre tres instancias claves para la información, para la investigación, que serían, en primera instancia, la información, posteriormente el conocimiento y en últimas el saber. Entonces, vamos a tener en cuenta que la información hace parte de un contexto de la indagación. Muchísimas veces, y esto sucede con frecuencia, los estudiantes o los mismos docentes caemos en el error, ¿cierto? Nuevamente, los estudiantes también caemos en el error de entender que la indagación pues ya está de una u otra manera subsanando un ejercicio de investigación, y eso no es así. Entonces la información se detiene en el orden del dato. Por supuesto, démonos cuenta, aquí aparecen los conceptos que ya venía trabajando: referenciación, argumentación, postulación. Vamos a darnos cuenta que aquí aparece pues entonces el primer verbo. Cuando hablamos de información y de indagar, pues entonces nos permitimos entender que esos datos pues son en función de la referenciación, ¿no? Entonces, cuando estamos en el orden de la información, del dato, hay que tener en cuenta que esto nos permite construir a través de la referencia un panorama de precedentes que son estructurales, ¿cierto?, para posteriormente argumentar. Entonces, aquí hay una cosa importante que hay que señalar. La información, entonces, en ninguna parte su recapitulación se constituye como un ejercicio de investigación. Eso es solamente una parte, es decir, la parte de las referencias. ¿Sí? Y por otra parte, que nosotros tengamos acceso a la información no significa que llegamos, ¿cierto?, al orden del saber. Eso es simplemente una capacidad de acceso que pues es práctico y sencillo y casi que común a todas las personas que tienen acceso a Internet, por lo menos en esta era. Por otro lado, ¿cierto?, el conocimiento está en función de la asimilación. ¿Eso qué quiere decir? Que cuando nosotros ya hemos hecho un ejercicio de referenciación de datos y de indagación en esos datos, hemos ¿sí? Entonces, aquí el conocimiento nos permite el entendimiento objetivo y sistematizado de la información. Y cuando digo entendimiento objetivo y sistematizado es que para argumentar, pues nosotros debemos darle un norte, una orientación a eso que nosotros queremos lograr en función de los argumentos, en función del método también. Entonces, aquí ya empezamos a comprender, ¿cierto?, que cuando hablamos de un objetivo, de un entendimiento objetivo y sistematizado, pues entonces pasamos al orden de los argumentos, a la construcción de una teoría. ¿Alguien deja una pregunta o comenta algo por allí? ¿En el chat?
No, profe, todavía no tenemos preguntas.
Sonó algo, perdón. Listo, entonces sí. Y por último, entonces, ese conocimiento que ya ha pasado por la asimilación de la información y esa indagación primera está en función del saber, es decir, del postular. El saber es un conocimiento superior, porque implica la experiencia. En ese orden de ideas, el saber pues tiene una cuna empírica. Podemos nosotros decir que cuando hablamos del saber como un ejercicio de postulación, tenemos allí la práctica propositiva, que era lo que les venía comentando de antes. Entonces, el saber en últimas nos permite referenciar, ¿cierto?, argumentar y por últimas proponer. Entonces, el saber es el entendimiento de los precedentes y permite la perspectiva de autor. Allí sí hay investigación. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando el autor no aparece con criterio reflexivo en sus argumentos, solamente tenemos un ejercicio de indagación o de referencias y algunas veces de conocimiento, es decir, en función del argumento, de la teoría, pero ¿dónde queda el autor? Es decir, recordemos que la investigación está de distintas maneras posibilitando el desplazamiento de los saberes, ¿sí? La problematización de los mismos saberes. Entonces, si el autor no aparece dentro de la investigación, si el autor no está proponiendo su voz, no está argumentando aquello que le interesa, ¿cierto?, y no está permitiendo ese desplazamiento, en últimas, pues no hay una construcción de saber y en últimas, pues la investigación queda solamente, dijéramos, como subsanando algunos pasos, pero recordemos que siempre debe estar en función del ejercicio propositivo. Por otro lado, entonces llegamos al siglo XVIII y me permito hacer una cita aquí de Kant, que en 1784, en su icónico texto, ¿qué es la ilustración? Recordemos que la ilustración va a permitir el cambio del mundo, dijéramos, bajo esa premisa de la iluminación gracias al intelecto, la razón, ¿cierto?, y la lógica. Pues Kant, en ¿qué es la ilustración?, nos dice lo siguiente: la ilustración es la liberación del hombre de su culpable incapacidad. Y por otro lado, prosigue: la incapacidad significa la imposibilidad de servirse de su inteligencia sin la guía del otro. Acá hay una cosa clave: dentro del sistema educativo, sea institucional o sea la misma familia, siempre nosotros vamos a encontrar la referencia del otro. Nosotros aprendemos por referencia, pero nos dice Kant, ojo con esto, porque esta incapacidad es culpable porque su causa no reside en la falta de inteligencia, en este caso del sujeto, sino en la falta de decisión y de valor para servirse por sí mismo de ella, es decir, de su inteligencia, sin la tutela del otro. Entonces, de una u otra manera, acá no nos está hablando de la investigación, pero la cuna de la investigación de la actualidad tiene origen en la ilustración, y de la ilustración pues podemos ir al Renacimiento y del Renacimiento a la Grecia clásica. Pero ¿a qué voy? En este caso nosotros podemos suplantar, dijéramos, el concepto de ilustración, ¿cierto?, por el de investigación, y los resultados van a ser prácticamente los mismos. ¿A qué voy? Que Carlos está diciendo, ojo, lo que pasa es que sí, tenemos que tener en cuenta que dentro de los sistemas de aprendizaje existe una referencia, pero hay que tener decisión y valor para servirnos de nuestro conocimiento, de la inteligencia, y atrevernos a saber. Esa es la famosa premisa de Kant, ¿cierto? Sapere aude, atrévete a saber. Esa es una de las traducciones más famosas que existe, atrévete a saber. Pero por otro lado, ¿cierto? Kant complementa esta frase, existen varias traducciones, la más rápida es esta, ¿no?, de atrévete a saber, pero en últimas Kant nos dice, ten el valor de servirte de tu propia razón, que es como la mejor, el mejor contexto, dijéramos, que yo hallo para venir comentando esto que vengo poniendo en contexto. Entonces, si la investigación está sirviéndose del ejercicio propositivo, debemos nosotros tener en cuenta, hombre, sí, hay que atreverse a saber, no perdamos esa gracia, porque en últimas, si nosotros desperdiciamos esa falta de atrevimiento, esa falta de decisión y de valor para proponer y valernos de nuestra inteligencia, pues estamos de una u otra manera dejando de lado la razón, y eso es terrible. Esa imagen que ustedes ven de fondo, entonces, es parte del Códice Atlanticus o Atlántico de Leonardo da Vinci. Me permito hacer un pequeño paréntesis aquí. Leonardo da Vinci pues era un hombre de ciencia y es como uno de esos ejemplos paradigmáticos que siempre ha puesto en jaque esa absurda tendencia de diferenciación entre el arte y la ciencia, ¿no? Leonardo pues fue un tipo tan avanzado para su tiempo que ideó unos prototipos que solamente pudieron construirse 3 siglos después, por ejemplo, el helicóptero o el aeroplano, ¿cierto?, los tanques de guerra, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Y por otro lado, Leonardo da Vinci fue uno de los científicos precursores de la ciencia óptica, por ejemplo, y esto cambió todo el mundo. Lo cambia tanto así que en un aparato como estos, un smartphone, pues tenemos como que toda esa condensación de los saberes precedentes que vienen desde antes. Cierro el paréntesis ahí. La segunda pregunta, recuerden que les había mostrado el esquema, es cómo evitar los problemas comunes en la investigación. Los problemas comunes son sencillos y usualmente son como una falta de entendimiento de las rutas de trabajo. ¿Qué quiero decir? Que si uno es desorganizado, usualmente no saca una investigación en un sentido práctico o lógico. Es decir, si uno no aplica un método a eso que quiere resolver, nunca termina por sacarlo adelante o termina perdiéndose en sus mismos intereses. Eso es una cosa muy común, por ejemplo, perderse en el tema. Entonces a uno le interesa algo y si no lo delimita, si no lo concreta, si no posibilita un norte de eso, pues termina revisando como distintos perfiles del tema, abriendo el tema hacia una cosa muchísimo más general e inabarcable e imposible de resolver. Entonces, si uno no entiende que detrás de esa ruta de trabajo, que lo llamaremos en términos concretos, si uno no entiende que hay una organización detrás de eso, pues nunca va a entender que eso está atravesado por la lógica y por un método. Recordemos que el método es cómo se hacen las cosas. Ahí viene una de las preguntas comunes, ¿cierto?, que les venía comentando desde antes, ¿no? El cómo. Entonces, por supuesto, allí está. ¿Cómo evitar los problemas comunes? Mediante una ruta de trabajo que ha de ser organizacional. ¿Cuáles han de ser los problemas comunes que he encontrado, no solamente dentro de la práctica docente, sino dentro de mi misma práctica como investigador? Vamos a tener en cuenta que siempre hay una cosa clave, y es que hay una lógica, dijéramos, como desarticulada entre leer y escribir. Entonces, o más bien una falta de lógica. Entonces, cuando nosotros empezamos, dijéramos, a tener conciencia de que leer nos permite conocer, nuestra escritura va a mejorar, necesariamente va a mejorar, ¿sí? Entonces, claro, hay que tener una conciencia crítica sobre la lectura para permitirnos escribir mejor. Y recordemos que si aprendemos en la referencia del otro también, pero con un sentido crítico y permitiéndonos el uso de la razón, como nos lo propone Kant, pues, hombre, allí va a aparecer también nuestra voz, ¿cierto? Entonces, esa relación entre leer y escribir es clave, pero hay que hacerlo con conciencia, es decir, leer es un hecho riguroso y escribir también lo es. Y démonos cuenta que muchísimas veces nosotros creemos que entendimos lo que leemos y cuando queremos argumentarlo en función de la escritura, falla. ¿Qué hay que hacer? Volver sobre el texto, hablar con otro, entender otras perspectivas, referenciar otros autores, etc. Y por otro lado, ¿cierto?, una vez resolvemos esa postura crítica ante el ejercicio básico de la lectoescritura que viene desde el jardín prácticamente, pues vamos a posibilitarnos argumentar y proponer mejor, siempre argumentar y proponer mejor. Entonces, esos problemas comunes están inscritos como en esos 4 perfiles, que serían el problema de la lectoescritura, la argumentación y la proposición. O empieza de una u otra manera como a echar globitos, ¿cierto? No, ni resuelve ni hace tampoco, ¿no? Entonces hay que tener en cuenta, ¿cierto?, que estos problemas que se van enunciando, pues por pura práctica, queramos, de entendimiento maniqueo o de contrastes de blancos y negros, si yo divago mucho y no resuelvo el tema, pues ¿qué tengo que hacer? Dejar de divagar y empezar a concretar el tema cada vez con un mejor norte, sentido, ¿cierto?, u objetivo. Insistir sin interés, esta es la peor, es decir, si a uno no le interesa el tema, no se meta por ahí. Como docente sí he encontrado que muchísimas veces los estudiantes vienen trabajando con unas ideas que se les ocurren, por ejemplo, en un anteproyecto del primer semestre, cuando uno viene apenas en la transición del colegio a la universidad, usualmente esas ideas pueden ser interesantes, pero si no son bien conducidas, terminan siendo una fatiga, una condena, ¿cierto? Como una guillotina para sí mismo, porque después la gente va entendiendo más cosas y se da cuenta que pues ese tema a lo mejor no era tan interesante, tiene mejores ideas, pero ya viene trabajando, y esto lo digo por experiencia, 6 semestres en la misma cosa y pues ya lo único que quiere hacer es no perder esa información o esa base de datos referencial que trae de los semestres precedentes, de los años anteriores. Entonces, insistir sin interés, la verdad, no vale la pena. Yo creo que hay que tener en cuenta que aprender no es sencillo, entonces la investigación tampoco lo va a hacer. De eso hay que partir. Entonces, si uno lo que quiere es simplemente algo sencillo o algo fácil, pues lo primero sería entender que allí no hay investigación. Y por otro lado, que si el tema no está permitiéndole a uno como unos problemas para sí mismo, para resolverlos uno mismo, pues, hombre, no hay ningún desafío allí. En consecuencia, no hay un ejercicio de postulación. Por otro lado, cierto que en la medida en que se van construyendo los textos, no haya argumentos ni debates. Una cosa curiosa que he encontrado es que muchísimas veces se cree que la cita se pone allí como simplemente para respaldar el texto y decir, no, es que lo que yo digo también lo ha dicho otro y es un gran autor, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. No, uno puede debatir con los autores y es importante hacerlo, uno no puede estar de acuerdo con todo. Es decir, uno debe también procurar esa relación de diálogo con aquello que ha consultado, ¿no? Y seguramente si uno se mete más de lleno dentro de ese ejercicio, pues va a procurar argumentar y debatir mejor, ¿no? Es decir, es imposible asumir el todo, dijéramos, en función de la empatía con el autor o con aquello que a mí me interesa. Entonces hay que argumentar y hay que debatir, ¿no? Por otro lado, hay que tener en cuenta que muchísimas veces se gestiona material sin un perfil académico. Aquí voy a hacer un paréntesis que no es del todo malo. Está muy bien, ¿cierto?, que dentro del ejercicio de consulta en Internet nosotros encontremos un material que, si bien no es riguroso, nos resulte entretenido, nos motive, nos genere dudas, etcétera, 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 pero ¿de qué manera estoy valiéndome yo de ese material para mi investigación? ¿Sí? Ese material de consulta, en un sentido superficial, ligero, light, nos funciona en una primera instancia, pero para construir unos argumentos, a menos que sea para debatir con ese tipo de material, no creo que sea muy práctico y no creo que sea muy disciplinado ni muy riguroso. En ese orden de ideas, claro, evidentemente, y de hecho, nosotros podemos citar un post de Facebook, un meme, si se nos ocurre, pero ¿en función de qué? Entonces recordemos, en función del debate, de los argumentos, no en función de que sirva allí simplemente como para completar nuestra voz y ser propositivo siempre. Entonces, la gestión de material académico sin perfil académico puede llegar a ser interesante siempre y cuando, de una u otra manera, el argumento o el debate en torno a ese material postule ya, dijéramos, una guía o una línea académica. De lo contrario, pues puede ser, dijéramos, más bien condenatorio que positivo su uso. Otros de los problemas comunes es decir, aquí hay una cosa, y es que toda la información que no salga de mi pensamiento es de otro, y si es de otro y yo no omito esa información, pues estoy cometiendo plagio. Y uno de los problemas más comunes también, ¿cierto?, es que cuando los estudiantes o los investigadores, sean docentes o no, ¿cierto?, se remiten a los autores, muchísimas veces lo hacen bajo la voz de otros, ¿sí? Entonces, es como el artículo del artículo del artículo del artículo. Bueno, pero ¿dónde está el autor, no? Entonces, hay que tener, dijéramos, como esa consideración. Ir a las fuentes, leer a los autores directamente, no quedarse como con el refrito, pues es un término que se utiliza mucho en investigación, ¿no? De todo aquello que ya se ha masticado tanto y que en últimas, pues como que el autor ya queda poco, ¿no? Entonces, remitirse a los autores directamente. Lo otro, disponer citas sin comentarios, que era lo que venía diciendo ahorita, que me perdí un poco, perdón. Disponer citas sin comentarios, ojo, eso no puede ser, ¿sí? Es decir, las citas son para comentarlas, son para argumentarlas, para debatirlas, y sobre todo, esto viene como muy atado a lo de abajo, ¿no? No citar correctamente o no citar, incluyendo las imágenes. Las imágenes no son para complementar allí la cosa, ¿cierto? O para que ocupe un mayor cuerpo el texto, qué sé yo, sino que hay que incluir una referencia a las imágenes. Hay una construcción sistemática de eso desde hace mucho tiempo. Entonces, si utilizo imágenes, utilizo buenas imágenes, ¿cierto? Y las dispongo allí como corresponde, con una referencia o con una cita, según sea el caso. Por otro lado, ¿cierto? Plantear objetivos sin un desafío investigativo. Esto es terrible, porque pues eso de una u de otra manera ya está condicionando que la investigación se detenga en las primeras instancias, ¿no? Es decir, en la referenciación, por ejemplo. Entonces hay que superar eso y los objetivos deben tener unos propósitos verdaderamente notorios en función del desafío. Por otro lado, pues no construir una postura de autor. Esto es grave. Y es, dijéramos, significativo hacer este comentario en la medida en que pues, no tengan temor, es decir, siempre hay que debatir, siempre hay que argumentar y siempre hay que proponer. Y por el otro lado, esto es clave también satisfacerse con lo inmediato, es decir, en la etapa de la consulta de datos, lo que ya está, simplemente lo uso. Hay que tener en cuenta que esa era mediática de información pues nos va de una u otra manera como a generar una suerte de vicios, ¿no? Como a creer que lo que ya está, pues no hay que comentarlo y ya está, ¿no? Entonces, ese es como un problema común. Por otro lado, entonces tenemos unos aspectos críticos en relación con lo que venía diciendo. La investigación, ¿cierto? Necesita tener presente que consultar no es investigar, eso es solamente un aspecto. La investigación apuesta siempre por los argumentos y los aportes del autor. Entonces, tenemos en cuenta allí esa línea, esa cadena significante que venía hablando desde antes, ¿cierto? El traspaso de leer a escribir y de escribir a argumentar, ¿sí? Entonces, la investigación siempre está en función de los argumentos y los aportes del autor, ¿sí? No de terceros, no de las referencias. Es decir, allí hay una voz propia. Por otro lado, hay una cosa muy curiosa, Wikipedia es una trampa, ¿sí? Esto es una cosa básica que yo creo que pues ya ustedes varias veces lo han señalado y lo quiero, dijéramos, como poner de relieve. Es una plataforma abierta y gestionada por colaboradores que son anónimos y es susceptible a la edición. No sé qué tanto tiempo tenga, pues bueno, voy avanzando como lo más que pueda. El caso es que yo suelo hacer este ejercicio en mis clases, ¿cierto? Yo he editado varias veces Wikipedia. Eso, ¿por qué? Porque es una plataforma abierta que gestiona información recopilada por colaboradores anónimos y que si ustedes van, por ejemplo, a revisar la bibliografía de los apartes que ustedes consultan allí, usualmente no es una bibliografía rigurosa, usualmente, buena, algunas veces sí, es buena, pero entonces ¿por qué quedarse en esa referencia rápida del dato, en la inmediato y no ir directamente a la bibliografía que ya está construida? Por otro lado, muchísimas veces tiene datos cerrados, ¿sí? ¿Para qué sirve Wikipedia? Para contrastar información, para darse una idea, porque hay datos que se olvidan, ¿sí? Cosas rápidas y que uno tenga más o menos como el contexto de lo que quiere buscar. Por otro lado, eso sí, buena parte de las veces tiene imágenes en excelente resolución, se pueden usar, está bien, pero a lo que voy es que hay que tener en cuenta y tener como muy presente que es una plataforma que se puede editar, ¿sí? Y se puede editar con datos erróneos. Es decir, que si yo quiero poner allí, ¿cierto?, que Leonardo da Vinci nació en el 2020, lo puedo hacer, por ejemplo. Entonces, eso para que lo tengamos en cuenta. Pero no solamente sucede con Wikipedia, hay que tener en cuenta que hay muchas plataformas que funcionan de esa manera. Esta quizás sea la más conocida y es una trampa del dato, ¿no? Es decir, allí hay información, no significa que sea verídica, hay que contrastarla y eso sí es un ejercicio bueno, contrastar la información, contrastar el dato. Por otro lado, la bibliografía debe ser útil. La bibliografía no se pone allí como para sorprender al docente o como para que digan, no, mire todo lo que yo he investigado. No, la bibliografía debe tener como una ruta de acceso también al tema, permitirle al lector consultar cosas que quedan a lo mejor en el tintero, que queda por reflexionar. Entonces, la bibliografía debe atender a unas necesidades de investigación. Entonces, no se trata simplemente de poner títulos allí, de poner unos autores, ¿cierto?, como para sacar pecho, no, es decir, lo más sensato sería tener un ejercicio de honestidad en torno a la bibliografía. Si yo no he leído los textos, ¿para qué ponerlos allí? Esto ha pasado muchísimas veces en sustentaciones, ¿no?, que se les pregunta por autores en particular y a lo mejor los ponen, dijéramos, allí simplemente como por llenar un espacio de bibliografía. Entonces, la bibliografía debe ser útil. Y en ese sentido hay que tener en cuenta que el concepto de bibliografía para la actualidad nos permite estar en relación con material académico que no necesariamente es escrito. Por ejemplo, una conferencia del orden internacional que sea cargada a YouTube y que lo pueda ver una persona en otra parte del mundo, pues evidentemente eso es material académico, ¿no? Entonces, allí ya también podemos dejar, dijéramos, un comentario, y es que el uso de YouTube puede ser muy interesante para ese tipo de material académico, ¿no? Es decir, conferencias, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Y démonos cuenta que una conferencia no tiene como la misma instancia de significación que un video de 5 minutos, ¿sí? Entonces, eso como para que vayamos contextualizando también otras cosas. Parte de los versus el plagio. Entonces, en este caso, vamos a tener en cuenta que las ideas, ¿sí? Listo, ok. Entonces, en este caso, vamos a tener en cuenta que hay unos aspectos críticos en relación con la autoría versus el plagio, que ya lo había comentado. Por otro lado, las citas que no se comentan, ya lo venía referenciando, ¿cierto? Y no se debe concluir lo dicho por terceros, es decir, si no hay voz de autor, no hay investigación. Entonces voy a procurar como ir avanzando para cerrar. Listo. Entonces, en este caso, unos consejos generales. Hay que delimitar el tema, dimensionar objetivamente el interés y hasta dónde voy a llegar. Definir la estructura referencial, tener criterio de abordaje teórico, eso es básico, ¿sí? Es decir, no todo cabe, no todo vale. ¿Por dónde voy a abordar yo, cierto, esa estructura referencial? Por otro lado, definir los objetivos pertinentes, es decir, entender que hay una viabilidad y que hay un desplazamiento de los precedentes. Si yo me detengo en unos objetivos que no generen unos desafíos metodológicos para la misma investigación, hay que replantearlos. Hay que tener conciencia metodológica, es decir, cómo voy a sacar yo adelante mis objetivos. Por otro lado, ¿cierto? La delimitación del tema, pues nosotros la vamos a resolver de una manera práctica y sencilla, ¿no? Entonces, del título vamos a entender nosotros que presenta y resume el tema. De allí pasamos a la introducción y en últimas, pues nosotros de esa estructura construimos un problema y una pregunta de investigación para finalmente llegar a los objetivos. Cuando nosotros definimos la estructura referencial, esto es lo que tenía antes, vamos a entender, ¿cierto?, que esa estructura se construye desde los antecedentes, el marco teórico, la lista de referencias y la bibliografía. Entonces, démonos cuenta que esas acciones articuladas se van de una u otra manera como atando unas con otras. Cuando definimos unos objetivos pertinentes, pues podemos construir de mejor manera la justificación y la metodología. Y por otro lado, cuando tenemos conciencia metodológica, ¿cómo lo vamos a hacer? Resolvemos mejor el proceso de investigación. Entonces, en este caso, una de las rutas estratégicas comunes puede ser esta, ¿no? Que ya la venía comentando. El título nos permite delimitar el tema, ¿sí? Si tenemos un buen título, evidentemente puede ir cambiando, vamos a tener cada vez un mejor tema con un mejor norte. De allí, pues entonces extraemos unas palabras clave y esto va atado a la pregunta de investigación, en consecuencia a la pregunta problema y a los objetivos. Por supuesto, ya podríamos hacer una postulación de hipótesis y en el estudio pues llegamos a la comprobación o no, ¿cierto?, de aquella hipótesis para construir finalmente unas conclusiones. ¿Cómo mejorar las prácticas investigativas? Entonces, vamos a tener en cuenta y solicito que me den unos minutos adicionales, no solamente los que me quedan, sino ya voy a terminar. Esto es, dijéramos, entender que dentro de la práctica de lo mínimo, entonces acogemos nosotros unas estrategias básicas. La relación entre leer, escribir e investigar, clave. Entonces, el material académico en la era nuestra es diverso, ya lo venía diciendo, ¿cierto? Entonces, no nos detengamos solamente con el artículo de la página X, sino que entremos a revisar las bases de datos académicas. Seguramente dentro de las universidades ya les hayan hecho conferencias, ¿cierto?, en torno a las bases de datos académicas, capacitaciones y demás, y pues saquémosle provecho a eso, no solamente lo del internet, en las primeras revisiones del Google, ¿cierto?, sino que nos metemos más de lleno como en función de esas bases académicas. Por otro lado, las conferencias, importante. Por otro lado, los podcasts, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. ¿Qué podemos nosotros consultar dentro de la bibliografía en el concepto ampliado? Entonces, dentro de los textos, pues lo que ya sabemos nosotros, libros, capítulos de libros, ensayos, tesis, trabajos de grado, otras investigaciones. Ojo con esto, artículos literarios y científicos son dos categorías diferentes, memorias de eventos académicos, blogs y páginas web. Una entrada de página blog se puede referenciar, se puede citar, sí. Dentro de la imagen sonora encontramos, por ejemplo, podcasts, entrevistas, registros de audio, programas de radio temáticos y especializados, archivos sonoros y CDs incluso. Y por otro lado, dentro del orden del audiovisual, pues tenemos conferencias, ponencias, charlas, entrevistas, eventos temáticos y especializados. Perdón, se me fue una M ahí en entrevistas. Hay que tener en cuenta que estos textos, en general, la imagen sonora y el audiovisual que les estoy mostrando aquí, pues va a transitar entre lo físico y lo digital. Entonces, desprenderse un poco del Internet, pues puede ser interesante. Hay que pensar en el orden de la navegación, y una de las teorías, dijéramos, que funcionan allí es la de los metadatos. Y el principio de los metadatos es la interoperabilidad como sistema. Es decir, que el archivo que nosotros construimos pues debe estar en función de la búsqueda, de la recuperación de información y de su transferencia, así como de la evaluación. Entonces recordemos que ese sistema pues va a permitir la interoperabilidad de cosas, ¿cierto? Y en últimas pues tiene cuna en los años 70 en una teoría que se llamó el pensamiento complejo, que la vengo metiendo ahí entre líneas desde que inició, y es que las cosas que aunque nos parezcan abstraídas unas de otras, siempre tienen relación y siempre tienen posibilidad de lectura. Entonces, si nosotros somos parte de la era del Internet, pensemos en función de los metadatos, es decir, en la relación, ¿cierto? Y en la capacidad de generar una operabilidad conjunta entre la búsqueda, la recuperación y transferencia de información, la evaluación de la misma y la construcción de un archivo. Y un archivo es la sistematización organizada de información. ¿Sí? Entonces, una de las cosas que nosotros debemos pensar es que cuando iniciamos una investigación, una consulta, la primera etapa, pues vamos a seleccionar, a clasificar y a organizar esa información. Es decir, vamos a trascender la recopilación. Debemos gestionar un sistema de organización, ¿cierto? En función de lo que me interesa. Entonces, las carpetas del Internet, ¿cierto? Allí podemos generar unas, en el mismo computador, en archivos físicos también, pero siempre en función de una organización que permita esto, ¿no? Esto que ya veníamos hablando. Recuperación, transferencia, evaluación. Listo. Entonces, hay que tener en cuenta lo que les venía diciendo de antes. Por favor, superemos también como esa inmediatez del Internet. Pasemos de allí, ¿cierto?, a entender que el buscador es útil, pero que si los resultados son muy abiertos, en últimas, pues tampoco nos van a permitir, por ejemplo, cerrar el tema o entender una mejor aproximación al tema. Entendamos que es ideal que se utilicen las bases de datos académicas y que se gestione material desde allí, ¿sí? Entonces, todas esas bases que ustedes conozcan, úsenlas, no nos quedemos solamente en el buscador y en las primeras índices de resultados que aparecen allí. Por otro lado, esta es una invitación, las bibliotecas siguen albergando material que no posee la web. Ya voy a concluir. Entonces, cuando nosotros hablamos de esto, hay que volver un poquito a lo básico, es decir, tengamos en cuenta que una estrategia pues, puede ser tener las anotaciones de las lecturas que nosotros hacemos. Esto lo podemos hacer, ¿cierto?, en un cuaderno, libreta, a la vieja escuela, ¿cierto?, a mano, en un bloc de notas, en un archivo de Word o archivos de Word, en diagramas o mapas conceptuales. Hay muchísimas aplicaciones para esto, por ejemplo, ¿no? Relacionar conceptos es importante. Notas de voz, entonces podemos utilizar el celular, ¿cierto?, para hacer nuestras notas de voz, o también para gestionar entrevistas con autores, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Un diario de investigación lo podemos llevar a mano o en la relación también digital, es decir, con un blog o en una página web. Lo podemos construir pensando siempre en la organización de carpetas, de subcarpetas, que esa información sea funcional, práctica y operativa. Y en últimas podemos digitalizar, ¿no? Es decir, escanear, fotografiar, documentar esa información. De acuerdo a eso, uno de los consejos es pensar, dijéramos, en función de esa dinámica que viene siendo muy fuerte desde hace varias décadas, que es tener una estructura transversal, interdisciplinar, multidisciplinar y transdisciplinar. Es decir, las disciplinas no están aisladas y siempre pueden construirse relaciones de diálogo con otras disciplinas. Esta obra, por ejemplo, que ustedes están viendo ahí, es una pieza que construyó un artista chipriota que se llama Stellark en torno a los años 80 y fue una de las piezas de vanguardia que permitió entender la relación entre cuerpo, mecánica, ingeniería y robótica. Entonces este artista construyó esta pieza a lo largo de 8 años y la pieza lo que hace es replicar los movimientos de la mano de él en una relación transdisciplinar muy compleja que desarrolló entre Australia y Japón, ayudado por científicos por médicos y sobre todo también por ingenieros mecánicos, industriales, electrónicos y robóticos. Y aquí ya termino, me tocó correr un poquito, perdón. Aprender no es sencillo, esta es una clave, dijéramos, como para superar la frustración. Muchísimas veces se encuentra uno como con ese desespero de uno mismo, del estudiante que está como en crisis existencial porque cree que investigar va a ser rápido, va a ser pronto, y esto no es así. Entonces, si el trabajo de investigación no supone un desafío, simplemente no se está investigando. Si las cosas salen muy fáciles, es porque yo estoy utilizando los trabajos de otros. Esta pieza que ustedes están viendo de fondo se llama The Weather Project, que es de Olafur Eliasson, un artista que generó en el espacio cerrado de la Tate Gallery de Londres un ambiente que aparentemente es natural, pero todo es artificial. Generó un sol que invade el espacio a través de una relación transdisciplinar muy a la usanza de Stellark, el artista que les mostré ahorita. Ya ahí termino, entonces ahora sí recibo sus preguntas o intervenciones. Gracias.
Okay, muchas gracias, profesor Sebastián, por su conferencia. Profe, ¿podría? Ha habido distintos comentarios en nuestro chat de YouTube agradeciendo su participación, su conocimiento y su experiencia. Pero por cuestiones de tiempo vamos como a resumir un poco, así solamente vamos a tener dos preguntitas. Entonces, esta pregunta la formula, bueno, antes saludar a Vanessa Tome, que nos saluda desde Brasil, entonces tenemos muy buena audiencia en este evento.
Excelente.
Nelson Ríos nos pregunta, ¿cómo se podría incentivar la investigación desde una temprana edad escolar, temprana etapa escolar?
Excelente pregunta. Creo que dejando de condicionar las preguntas, ¿sí? Es decir, evitando responderle al niño como para mostrarle que uno sabe cuando en últimas no sabe nada. ¿Sí? Es decir, ¿usted para qué pregunta eso? Pues hombre, lo mejor sería, es decir, hay una cosa curiosa y es que yo no soy papá, ¿sí? Pero sí me he dado cuenta de algunas, de cómo opera también, dijéramos, las personas que son padres de familia y que se dan a la tarea de motivar a los niños precisamente en función de eso, porque uno termina descubriendo cosas maravillosas, ¿no? Entonces, esa relación con la naturaleza, esa relación con los objetos, esa relación con la tecnología, que no está de más señalarla, ¿sí? Siempre está en función, dijéramos, de generar unos estímulos mayores, no de condicionarlos. Entonces, ¿esto por qué funciona así? Mijo, no pregunte bobadas, pues yo creo que más bien miremos cómo funciona, consultemos cómo funciona, entendamos juntos cómo funciona eso de pronto, e indistintamente si uno es padre de familia o no. Esa puede ser a lo mejor una estrategia, no condicionar o no limitar ni las preguntas ni los intereses de los niños. Creo que eso puede ser clave, y sobre todo ver que detrás del funcionamiento de las cosas, del mundo en general, siempre hay un precepto científico o humano. Entonces, procurar leerlo a lo mejor. No sé si eso responde a la pregunta.
Okay, muchas gracias. Ya Nelson nos dirá en el chat si su pregunta fue clara. Y tenemos una segunda formulada por Giovanni Camargo, que nos dice: buenos días, ¿cómo sé si mi tema de investigación es innovador y cuáles serían los pasos para poder hacer una teoría desde el enfoque investigativo?
Esa es una excelente pregunta también y gracias por formularlas. Bueno, hay que tener en cuenta que los temas ya están de una u otra manera sentados o que tienen base en unos precedentes específicos, es decir, uno no parte desde cero, ¿okay? Eso siempre es clave. Por extraño o por curioso que sea el tema, muchísimas veces siempre encontraremos relaciones en otras disciplinas. Entonces habría que entender que la proposición del tema debe ser honesta, es decir, más que ser desafiante debe ser honesta, es decir, ¿qué me interesa a mí? Y en última, si ese interés yo lo puedo referenciar y contextualizar dentro de unas bases académicas, ¿qué hay de eso? Y sobre todo, si encuentro que de una u otra manera sí es innovador, pues procurar encontrar los otros perfiles académicos que han tratado temas similares o no. Entonces es una pregunta interesante porque creo que todos los temas han de ser innovadores, involucran la voz del autor, ¿sí? Los intereses del autor. Siempre será por una cosa sencilla y lógica, y es que los sujetos, es decir, en condición de personas, todos pensamos diferentes, ¿sí? Todos. No hay un sujeto que se replique en otro. Entonces, si todos los temas tienen esa lectura de sí mismo, del autor, en el mismo el mismo propósito de la investigación, siempre va a ser innovador. Pero ya lo digo, sí, siempre hay un referente, siempre hay un precedente, no se parte desde cero, pero si yo encuentro que en definitiva lo que yo estoy viendo está salido, dijéramos, como del mismo contexto de referentes, hombre, pues potenciarlo al máximo. Es un ejercicio también muy difícil, porque cuantos menos referentes se tenga, pues más desafío de investigación va a existir. La segunda parte de la pregunta, ¿cuál era, perdón?
¿Cuáles serían los pasos para poder hacer una teoría desde el enfoque investigativo?
¿Desde cuál enfoque investigativo? Porque hay varios. Entonces habría que tener en cuenta ahí que, perdón, ¿cómo es? ¿Construir una teoría?
¿Cuáles serían los pasos para poder hacer una teoría desde el enfoque investigativo?
Entonces, las teorías siempre se construyen desde la hipótesis, ¿sí? Es decir, hipótesis es una tesis pequeñita, por decirlo así. Entonces, si yo de una u otra manera entro en el ejercicio ya de todo esto que les vengo yo diciendo, ¿cierto? Y construyo una hipótesis, en últimas lo que yo, para construir la teoría, lo único que tengo que hacer es comprobar o refutar aquello que he propuesto como hipótesis, ¿sí? Pero hay distintos enfoques investigativos. Entonces, primero sería que la persona que está proponiendo la pregunta diga, hombre, ¿cuál es el enfoque investigativo que a mí me interesa? Lo otro, que entienda su hipótesis, ¿sí? Que entienda como la relación con ese mismo planteamiento. Y por último, pues lo que debe hacer es argumentar en función de todo aquello que ha consultado y de su misma visión, si la hipótesis está siendo comprobada o refutada dentro de su mismo trabajo. ¿Sí? No sé si eso responde a la pregunta.
Ok, muchísimas gracias, profesor. Y ya pues para terminar, hubo varios comentarios agradeciendo por tan interesante conferencia, muy buena conferencia, muy concisa. Y pues de nuestra parte realmente le agradecemos por habernos colaborado, por habernos compartido su experiencia y haber participado en nuestro evento. Muchísimas gracias.
No, muchas gracias a ustedes. Me disculpo, se me fue un poquito el tiempo, pero pues bueno, procuré hacer lo mejor posible. Gracias. Están del otro lado de la pantalla. Espero que estén bien a pesar de estos tiempos complejos. Y pues bueno, un abrazo siempre. Hasta la próxima.
Okay, well, so this is the ending of our event. We want to thank everybody who attended, who stayed until here. Remember that we're going to send the Google form for you to register your attendance, like the last one. So please be attentive in that sense. Thank you to all our presenters, to all the students who made the effort of being here, who made the effort of presenting and recording the videos and sharing their process with us. Also, thank you to all the attendees, the people who are still on YouTube, who attended over here in Google Meet. And finally, we want to say Happy Teachers Day to all the professors, to all the teachers, all the people who is working for our country, who are like doing their best. This is a very special day for all of us, and well, moreover, we want to say or to greet our colleagues from the International Language Institute here in Sogamoso. So happy Teachers Day to Professor Lady, Albeiro, Camilo, David, Erika, Iván, Lisette, Marian, Viviana, William, Najib, Angela, and Fedra. So this is our team, and well, nothing would be the same without you if we didn't have you in our group, and we didn't count with your collaboration and your help. So that is basically about it. Thank you, everybody. And well, so please write in the chat box, how did you feel? How was the event at the end? So thank you, and see you in the next opportunity.